when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something. Yeah, well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something.
That's right. Let's go. Yeah, when you're feeling down and you're out, like you got nothing but doubt, you're alone in the crowd, just trying to figure it out. All that is bad, and this money got you feeling left out. Listen up to me now, every word that's out of my mouth. Wake up, it's me, you're gonna follow your dreams, or are you just gonna be another cog in the scene? You feel the hope in this beat, yeah, the hope that you need to proceed and be exactly what you want it to be. I feel right, and I'm proud, hype and I'm loud, I'ma shout all about how I feel in the now. Ain't nobody ever gonna try to change me, till I'm dead, pushing up daisies. I'm alone in the crowd, I won't feel down. I got hope right now, and I know I'll be found. I don't really care just what all other haters gotta say. I know everything I do is gonna make them fade away.
And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something. Yeah, well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something. Yeah, then all you really need is hope.
Let's go, it's what you need when you're down, need when you're out. It's what you need when you're sad and when you feel left out. You feel an energy drop and then creeps out, but with a little bit of hope you can figure it out. Keep your head high even when you're down inside. Through the pain you fight and through the painful nights you keep striving, keep trying, keep driving, rising, keep thriving, surviving. Nothing's in your way but yourself, don't need nobody's help. You can make it through this hell, take it one step at a time, one step as you climb. If you fail you'll be fine, get back up to the grind and never lose sight of your mission. Be driven, this life is a prison if you don't have vision. You're in it to win it, so get it, don't miss it. Your chances now, so be something somehow. Don't let yourself down. That's right. Sometimes all we really need is hope.
Hi everyone, good morning. How's everybody doing today? Let's see who we have. Good morning, Ramblin'. Oh, tongue groove flooring. That sounds exciting. Good morning, Seal. Hi, Gia. Hi, in the bushes. Hi, BC. Good morning, Victoria. Hi, Music City Mom. Hi, Georgie. Good morning, Kimberly. Good morning, other Victoria. Two of you guys. Hi, Talia. So we are, yes, happy Good Friday. Happy Good Friday, everybody. So we are going to take a look at a few things before we jump into these interviews. Yesterday we ended and we had two more interviews to watch, and now we have two more on top of that. So there is still four interviews to watch. They just keep on coming, and there's nothing wrong with Seth doing interviews. I think that Seth and Katie, for that matter, Katie also, I think, should be doing interviews with the news and things like that to keep Sebastian's face out there, keep the name and the information circulating. As long as it's correct, truthful, honest, full information that is not, you know, I don't know, not weird. Good morning, Mama Four. I know, so glad it's Friday. Hi, Kitty. Yeah, that's not even as long as some channels. Some channels have like 10-minute long intros. Takes about 2 minutes to get past the first screens. And so that's what we do. We do about a 2-minute intro so that we can get everybody past the first initial screens. So I want to show you guys this. And good morning, Emily. You didn't realize they did this many, right? Good morning, Ringo. There's a lot of interviews. Curious as to if Seth has new info from yesterday, so we're gonna talk about that a little bit. There is some new interviews. He was on Dolly Vision last night, so we're gonna watch that. He does kind of hint around to the video that the police showed him, that it was, video footage from before Sebastian's disappearance, basically proving to him proof of life. It was from the restaurant, and things like that. And then JLR, of course, has spoke to the waitress at the restaurant, and it was just Katie and just Sebastian at the restaurant. It was the Texas Roadhouse. Yeah, you're not asking the right questions. I want to know. Think were they together? I mean, honestly, Dolly should have asked if it was just Chris or just Katie and Sebastian, if Chris was there or not, what Sebastian was wearing. That would have been like my first right off the bat questions that I would have asked. Because I think that that's what people want to know. Was Chris there? Did they meet him for dinner? What was he wearing? Yeah, if it's true that Chris was not there 3.5 hours away and had not been there for over 3 weeks, I don't know why he feels the need to interject himself like this. I don't know. I don't know. But I do want to show you guys something first, before we get too far into these interviews. So my frustration with TBI is that in every case that they seem to cover, or that they are a part of, Tennessee in general, they're not open with the facts of the case, and it leaves us in a situation where we are left with nothing but speculation. And this happens in so many cases, it seems like, and it doesn't need to. Other police departments and other cases that we follow are open and honest with the information that they have, and they just communicate, and then it leaves no room for speculation. It leaves no room for us to accuse people who may or may not be involved, and it just clears things up, honest to goodness, instead of leaving the entire universe as a suspect in a case. Typically police departments do tell you some things so that you're not wandering around aimlessly accusing people who may have nothing to do with things. And and TBI, Tennessee, like it seems like every case that we have in that state, like they keep everything so close to the vest to the point where it becomes reckless to follow those cases because we never have any sort of factual information to confirm or deny things from TBI. Okay. And so sorry about that. Yeah, some cases they are always doing some sort of update. Tennessee TBI, it's so secretive. And I understand that they think that they are protecting the cases from internet sleuths and different things like that. But in my opinion, it just hurts the case further. And so, for example, Caleb Harris is a case that on Wednesday, we were I was on panel with the Local My Life. If you are not following the Local My Life, please consider going over to follow her. We watched the Nancy Grace interview with Caleb Harris's family, and we discussed his disappearance. She gave some details about this. For those of you who don't know who Caleb Harris is, he is a 21-year-old college student who vanished in Corpus Christi.
Into the disappearance of Texas A&M Corpus Christi.
And he vanished after getting ready for the next day. He was supposed to go on a big fishing trip. He ordered an Uber Eats delivery, and they found it the next morning still on his doorstep, and he was nowhere to be found. There's a 17-minute time window that he could have that he could have disappeared in, and no one has seen or heard from him. His wallet, his phone, and things like that were left in his home, or not his phone. His phone is missing, but his wallet, his keys, his truck, it's all still there, and he is missing. And so this is yes, it confuses you so much. It's a very weird case. It's another one of these situations where how the heck did this happen? Um, and so the police department has now come out as of last evening, and they have given a highly detailed breakdown of Caleb Harris's disappearance on Thursday, nearly 3.5 weeks after he vanished. Yes, he ordered Uber Eats. And so it says yeah. Corpus Christi Assistant Police Chief Todd Green is overseeing the search efforts, spoke with 3 News reporter Bill Churchwell on Thursday. So let me just play this video and we'll check this out.
Student Caleb Harris. Corpus Christi police say they are still very active in this search, sharing the latest on their continued efforts to find the 21-year-old student as we approach a month since he seemingly vanished without a trace back on March 4th. And tonight,
I just want to say, and this is what I expect from law enforcement in every case, because there's no reason not to give basic information that they give us in this situation, like an actual timeline, like uh, a focused direction to look, and who they have actually spoke with and do not think is involved and things like that. And so that this covers all of that information in this video. And so again, I sit here and question, why in Tennessee can't we get this basic information about Sebastian's case? Why can't we get information from Sumner County and from TBI that actually answers some of our questions instead of us spinning in circles, accusing people and trying to create our own facts?
tonight, our Bill Churchwell sat in a one-on-one interview with Assistant Police Chief Todd Green. Police also addressing misinformation as well as allegations that have been circulating online.
And Leslie, police say they can rule out those.
Sorry, I just realized it's like really quiet. So let me just audio boost this real quick. Also, I apologize to those of you guys who normally use the closed captions. I did start this live stream without turning them on, and I apologize for that. Because once I start, there is no way to go back and fix it.
Roommates, and they can also those friends that Caleb was communicating with that night over social media, and also ruling out the Uber driver that made the food delivery. Police telling us they've investigated those individuals very thoroughly. This as investigators are now heavily focusing on behind the scenes work that includes looking at digital data they've collected.
Blah, copyright thing. This is fair use, News 11. News 3, whatever channel you are. And now I made a buffer by trying to skip it. Anytime you see those little musical things, that's so if you play their video, they can copyright strike you. Yeah, it's like when a magician makes someone disappear, but in real life, it's crazy. I agree. Yeah, he could have been grabbed by a neighbor. Who knows? I mean, honest to goodness, anything could have happened in Caleb Harris's case, in my opinion. Like, it's literally the sky is the limit for what happened. I don't know. But at least the police are telling me not to accuse the roommates. That's one of the people that they have rolled out in this situation.
We begin tonight continuing.
It is not the roommates, they tell us. That's good. Because guess what? A lot of people were looking at the roommates.
Of course, if they might have any doorbell camera, ring camera, blink cameras, anything like that, how much does that help out in an investigation like this?
Oh, it's tremendous. Unfortunately, the night he disappeared, it was extremely foggy. And the video that we've collected already, gone to over 50 businesses and different residents, private residences, and collected video. Of the 50 that we've been to, we've collected, I believe, 27 different sources of video. The problem with that is a lot of it is very difficult to see because it was so foggy that night. But it is valuable to us. We're using it.
There are a few other missing person cases as well that are still open. But when you have cases like this, or when you have an investigation like this, do you add more people to focus on that investigation, or is it a department-wide type of deal where everyone kind of gets involved?
Well, in this particular situation, the circumstances were so unusual. Immediately, we started getting a lot of people involved. We had detectives out there. We recruited Texas Search and Rescue. We recruited, I say recruited them. We reached out to them to assist in the search. We did a massive search around the immediate area. We brought in our forensic computer examiners to download his laptop, We brought in crime analysts to go out and start searching for surveillance video, for ring camera video, and whatnot. I know there's been several in social media suggesting that we've had several missing persons of the same age and males, and that there appears to be maybe some kind of conspiracy or something going on. Early on in the investigation, we went back and reviewed all of the missing persons reports for the last 3 years to look to see if there was any connection. Now, there are some similar.
So again, immediately in this case, people jumped to, could there be a serial killer in the area? That is what he is addressing right now. Thank you so much for being transparent and putting this information in a way that makes sense to the general public so that we know what not to consider and what to look at.
Similarities, and there's some similarities. Caleb was an avid fisherman, avid hunter. We've had a couple other missing persons where similar. They're avid fishermen or avid hunters, but there was nothing that we found that showed any type of a connection.
We spoke with Caleb's dad, and he said he was 100% confident in CCPD that you guys are doing everything you can to find his son. Are you confident in the department and the work you guys are doing to find Caleb?
I'm very confident. I've been amazed by the work that's being done behind the scenes. We have some very talented people. They're not out on driving around in a patrol car. They're behind the scenes, going through computer data, issuing search warrants for digital information, subpoenas, all those types of things. And it's not a glamorous job, but they're doing incredible work.
Just some of the questions from Bill's one-on-one interview with Corpus Christi police today. What we've also gotten from police is the most detailed timeline to date coming from authorities regarding Caleb's disappearance. So here's
what we're looking at. Sunday, March 3rd, he was at the Harris apartment. 12:56 a.m., March 4th, doorbell camera sees Harris. 2:20 a.m., he placed his delivery order. 2:44, he sent a video Snapchat. It was of their little puppy to his sister. At 3:03, he sent a Snapchat photo that was of the bridge, the foggy photo of the bridge. His last known connection to the cell tower was at 3:12. At 3:20, the Uber Eats driver delivered their order. And at 11 a.m., the roommate found the delivery order, could not locate Harris, and he reported him missing. How simple would this be for Sumner County or TBI to be like, hey, on February 25th, this is the timeline that Sebastian had. And these are the things that we verified. We verified that he was at the bowling alley. We verified he was at Texas Roadhouse. We verified that he took the trash out. All these questions that people are like, oh my God, did he come home? Did he not come home? Like all those things. Why can't they do that? It's so simple. We ran into the same situations with Summer Wells' case. TBI never in Hawkins County never gave us factual information to go off of. And then you just listen to family interviews and you reel with speculation based off of things that you perceive to be truthful or not truthful during those time frames. And it's frustrating. It's very frustrating. So then some of the other things that he said was that they roll out suspects as the Harris family remains confident in the investigation. He says, unfortunately, we cannot tell public everything we know in this investigation. It doesn't work that way. We're not able to be completely transparent and share everything that we know, but we can confidently say that we have rolled out the roommates as having anything to do with his disappearance. His friends that he was communicating that night over social media, we've rolled them out. We've also rolled out the Uber driver that made the delivery. We have investigated very thoroughly all of those individuals, and we wouldn't be doing our job if we didn't look at the possibility that they could have been involved. But we've done that, and we've put a lot more work into initially, and we've cross them off the list. So our next step is to continue forward to see exactly what happened to Caleb. So in the case of the Idaho 4 murders, their police department did a very similar thing. They took all of the information that they had and they put it on an accessible website so that you could see the rumors, you could see what was ruled out, you could see what wasn't ruled out, and you could look at that information so that you knew what was going on. And why can't that be something that TBI is doing for us? Why can't Sumner County put out factual information so that we're not scratching our head? If there is a video of Sebastian taking the trash out that night, for instance, come out and tell us that there is a video, right? There's all kinds of things that you can say and do that is not going to harm your investigation, but that can keep us from running completely insane with speculation. And I just wish they would. So that's my only point in showing this. I am going to get straight to the interviews, though. Like I said, Caleb Harris is missing. The Local My Life is covering him pretty in depth. Malicious Intent Mallory is also covering him that I have seen so far. And so consider going over to both of these channels if you want to know more information and seeing what they have to say about his case, because his case, in my opinion, is just as strange as Sebastian's is, if not stranger, to be completely honest. Because Sebastian, I still think, could have ran away. Okay, so we have lots of interviews to watch still because they keep doing more interviews. So let me get this up. And we will start with the one from maybe. Let's see if it loads. Oh, is it gonna load? It's just like spinning. Give it a second. Oh, let me pull this up real quick, actually. Oh. Good morning, Click and Go Books. Okay, we'll start with the lab because I cannot get the one from. I cannot get the other one to load. It's just sitting there spinning. So this is.
Oh, there he is. Let me take
Not here.
Let me take John Wayne off of the.
John Wayne.
What's up, man?
Another day,
Another day, tired, wore out.
I think. I am.
Yeah. So, are
I'd
you?
like to answer the question that was asked. I'd like to start it off with that to begin with. My son never told me that stuff. My son never told me what was going on in the house. If he had told me what was going on in the house, he never would have left mine, period.
He's talking about the belt incident. Okay. The questions just before that was the belt incident. People were talking about does Seth know that Sebastian had been hit with a belt and the type of things that were going on. And that's what he's referring to here, just to place that. Yeah, Josh the Lab and Trev.
Who asked? Sorry, who asked the question?
Miss Black.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, people are just.
If I had known that my son was being abused mentally, physically, socially, no. He would have been in my house last year. and I just enrolled him in a different program.
Yeah. 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 I don't think there's always somebody that's going to say something, but I don't think that people, I know that it never once crossed my mind to think like, why is he letting him in this situation? And, cause he didn't, I mean, I never thought that one time. So I'm sorry that somebody asked that. That was not cool to, no.
Is that don't take offense to it. It just makes me hurt a little bit more because my son didn't tell me.
Sure. So, I mean, so this is probably just a lot for you. This is a lot for you to digest. And, I know, that you found out some things probably in the last 48 hours that haven't been easy to digest, I'm sure. But the focus remains the same, right?
Find my son.
Find your son. Yeah. And are there going to be some volunteers coming out tomorrow?
Hope so.
Yeah. Where are you guys? I mean, like, where do you get your? I'm just wondering, where do you get your tips and stuff from, or is it just places that maybe? How do you kind of come up with the locations?
I've got people on the internet. People send a lot of things to my sister, to my mom, to other people that are helping me on some of these Facebook pages, and they come into me. I go through them all, and it's before when it was just me. It was like, well, I know what I'm doing today. I'm going to check out this place. Then I'm going to check out this place.
Yeah, because I think that, I mean, besides the actual searching itself, kind of just coming up with a place to search has to be difficult in and of itself. I mean, you want to search wherever you can search, but without any concrete leads, it is kind of difficult.
Because I don't get the leads from that TBI and them get.
Right.
I tell people if you have leads, tell TBI. They can go search them. My sister, she gets leads from people. She sends them to me. I send them to TBI.
Right.
Same point in time, I turn around and tell TBI, I'm going here, I'm going here, I'm going here.
It sounds like that you're very. I have a sister that I'm very close with as well. It seems like that your sister's really, really, really there for you.
She's a bully.
Is she your only sister?
Yeah, she is.
Do you have brothers?
Nope.
So it's just you two.
Yes.
And is she older than you?
Yes.
It's just like me and my sister, dude, just like that.
She's somewhere between 40 and 52, but older than me.
My sister's somewhere between 40 and 50 as well, but older than me for sure. That's funny. Yeah, my sister's a bully too, but she still thinks she can tell me what to do. And she still does. And I still listen to it. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's like Chris calling up or Chris telling me that I need to curb my sister or he's going to step on her toes. It was like, good luck.
When did he say that?
When he found out she started the GoFundMe.
What business is that of his?
Oh, it isn't. And he's right. We had an agreement that I wouldn't start a GoFundMe and him and Katie wouldn't start a GoFundMe.
Why was it? Can you tell me why you guys had that agreement?
Something about not making money off of Sebastian's disappearance.
Wow.
Didn't want people to think that, him disappearing was people trying to make money. And my sister asked me about the GoFundMe. I was like, I don't care. Just don't include my son in on it. Because I'm not trying to get anything from my son missing. I am trying to find my son. And she was like, okay. I don't have social media, so I didn't even know how a GoFundMe works.
And so he called you and said,
No, I was in the house.
Oh, he said that to you face to face.
Yeah. I mean, it was his prerogative.
Well, I mean, I disagree, but if that's how you feel, good for you. I mean, I don't know.
People do stuff that you want them to do. We have free will.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's like I told Jonathan, I don't care who comes and helps me search for my son, as long as you're helping me search for my son.
Sure.
I know that Jonathan has a past. I'm in law enforcement. You know, I'm around murderers, rapists every day, and I hope that they change. They may not get a chance to go back and out into society because their sentence is long, but I'm not there to punish them. I'm there to make sure they're abiding by policy. I'm there to make sure that they stay safe too. Jail's not a safe place. I don't
Right.
judge them for what they've done. They've
Well,
already been judged. That's why they're there.
well, there is no doubt that like, these shows, these podcasts can garner a lot of attention for the right reasons, the wrong reasons, but and can get people, you know, your son's face out all over the world. There's no question about that.
Listen, I'm going to say what I said yesterday again. I know for a fact that the news on their own cannot help a case go viral. We need social media. These families need to be able to come to social media, whether it's YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, wherever it is, they need to be able to go to social media so that people can see their cases. The vast majority of people, the vast majority do not watch the news.
And that people with platforms, you know, I mean, we all have a responsibility. There's no doubt about it. I think that people do genuinely want to help, and sometimes people butt heads. You know, I mean, this is a high stress situation, no question about it. Especially for you, your family, the searchers. I mean, it's a very, very high stress situation, and so I'm not here to bag on anybody, but yeah, I think people just want to help. I think for the most part, people are pretty genuine, when they want to help, and I mean, anybody that shows up seems that way. I don't know. I can't tell people's intentions. I've always had a problem with that. It's trying to, so I don't even really bother with that, other than just letting.
No, Wanda, like, I'm not throwing his past in his face. All right. I told him to himself that his past doesn't matter to me.
Sure, right.
I would never throw somebody's past in their face unless you like stab me. Then I might throw that in your face. Like,
Sure.
stab.
Yeah. Understandable.
I'd be upset about that too.
Yeah, that might hurt.
Yeah. Sure, I understand.
And I wasn't there when he was booted off the property. I wasn't there when Dolly was there. I knew Dolly was coming down. I wanted to actually meet him. But I wasn't even informed of that stuff had happened until afterwards.
Yeah. Right. I mean, yeah, I don't know. You got enough to worry about,
As far as why people care that there's a GoFundMe, this is a subject in many missing children or deceased children's cases. There is a large portion of people on the internet that feel like you should not profit off of a child's death, and that GoFundMes are the epitome of all evil, and they attack every single family that has GoFundMes in regards to their missing or deceased children, especially if there is a perception that that individual could possibly be involved in the disappearance of that child. But then on the other side of things, there's people like myself, and it sounds like some of you guys in here, who think this guy has to be off work so that he can go and look for Sebastian. He needs to be able to be off work so that he can be available for police to talk to him at any given time. And we're aware that for 1 month, he has not attended his job. And so obviously, sometimes people want to donate to assist in the burden that missing cases and things like this bring on these families. And I don't see any harm in that personally. If you're going to be actively involved in the investigation and things like that, that's different. But like I said, this is one of those topics that some people it's very polarized. You either love it or you hate it. Yeah, he didn't want the GoFundMe because it delays funds needed for an extensive search, right? It also allows the body to what? What allows the body? The GoFundMe allows the body to decompose more or less evidence. I know that they have switched over to like a Cash App situation and stuff like that. Yeah, it's not for profit. It's to replace income and fund search efforts. Exactly. And so some of us can see that, right? And then other people think like, oh, this family, they all three could be involved. Why are we funding whatever, And so it's always very it's always very back and forth. It's just the way that people view things differently, right? Like I said yesterday, we all see things through our own eyes, and we view things as right or wrong through our own eyes. I can't make anybody in here see things the way that I see them, and the people who disagree with me can't make anybody see things the way that they see them. We will always view things differently. We can have some things that we agree upon, but doesn't mean that we'll ever be on the same page. Yeah, that's what you're saying. You don't think he's profiting. He's the one actually out there looking, right? But if Katie misses at work every day for the month too, in reality, shouldn't she be able to get assistance with funds as well? I think that's the point. Because if Katie and Chris were to have a GoFundMe, or if there was a GoFundMe that benefited all three of them, would it be looked at differently? If Katie and Chris today were to start a GoFundMe or start putting their Cash Apps in different YouTube chats or on different Facebook pages, what do you think people would say? What do you think the reaction would be?
You got enough to worry about. You need to focus on the searches and the finding your son. I mean, that's not really for you to. I don't think that's really for you to square away. I mean, unless that's something you wanted to do, but you don't need that extra stress.
My only thing about some of this stuff is that if you're gonna help search, it's like it's really hard to cook an omelet with a phone in your hand.
Sure.
I know how hard it is right now with my shoulder fucked up. I'm sorry. Can I even cuss on here?
You can.
Cool. My shoulder's fucked up, and it's hard enough for me to drive, do half the things that I was doing. So yeah, kind of fucking sucks.
Have you? So you've had a shoulder injury before?
No, this is kind of new.
And is that from search? That's from being out there and searching.
Got a knot about yay big in the back underneath my shoulder blade, and it's just I need to increase the amount of water I'm drinking and not drink so much coffee, which is blasphemy. But
do you drink what kind of coffee? You drink black coffee?
Yeah.
You ever drink it iced?
No.
As soon as that came halfway out of my mouth, I was like, "This kid."
Okay, I am going to pause this for just a second. One second, guys. There is an Amber Alert for a 3-year-old who was just kidnapped in Massachusetts. Thank you so much for sending this to me. It says, boy 3 years old in stolen car triggering the Amber Alert. So he was in this vehicle whenever the car was taken in Massachusetts state. So Chicopee, Massachusetts. Okay, wait. Just kidding. Cancel that. He's safe. The car was stolen. It triggered an Amber Alert. They did find him safe at a hotel in Windsor a couple minutes ago. So cancel that. Cancel that. End panic. Thank you so much for sending that, though. I am so glad. So glad it was resolved so quickly. That's awesome. Yay. We'll just cancel that.
This guy's gonna call me a fruit here in a second. I like iced coffee. I can't help it. I'm not. I know. That was a dumb question.
Towards like the coffee is cold in my coffee cup.
Do you like iced coffee? No. Don't ever say anything like that to me again.
I don't even drink ice in my sweet tea. It dilutes.
What if it's not cold?
Then it's warm tea, and I should be drinking coffee.
Right. Well, I don't know.
Party back in 1776 for that shit.
Yeah, well, it wasn't sweet tea then, but it was on its way at least. So, so these things, obviously, the last couple days have been tough. Going forward, I mean, is there searches planned? You have searches planned what, like Thursday and Friday?
There's supposed to be searches planned every day.
Every day. Okay,
Every day until we find my son.
gotcha. Yeah, no, that's and meeting at this basically the same place every day,
Yes, sir.
and then you guys just kind of go from there. But you're not advertising where you're searching because you want a kind of a contained search. Is that the reason for the organization?
They're not telling me where they're searching because now that they have come in, from my understanding, they really didn't want me out there to begin with, which is policy. I mean, it's policy for me not to be out there. I'm emotionally attached to the case.
Mm.
They're worried. Law enforcement is worried that I'll fuck up a scene. That I find my son, and but I know what my job duties are. I know what they are, but at the same point in time, my son's out there. He's probably cold, probably hungry, lost, doesn't know where the hell he's at. I need to fucking find him. It's I'm not torn between my profession and the fact that I'm a dad. I know what policy is. I know the correct procedures and stuff like that. But what do you think my son's going to do if he sees me after 30 days of not seeing me, being out there on the streets, not knowing where he's at? He's going to run to me, and it would break my fucking heart to tell him not to touch me.
Yeah, look, man, I completely understand. That makes sense why they wouldn't want parents of missing children on the scene just in case something like that happens. I remember in the JonBenet Ramsey case, and I'm not getting into who did what but
Remember that case? I guess that really makes me fucking old.
it makes me old too. But the
But I'm older than you.
a little bit, not a lot.
Hey, earlier you're like, oh yeah, I'm way younger than him.
No, I said you're younger than me.
Oh, but I'm not. I'm older than you.
I just thought you were younger than me because I was like, it seems that I'm getting to the point where like everybody that I meet now, I'm older than.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it does get that way. Like, Trevor, what are you, 22, Trevor?
Yeah.
Like, people be like, oh yeah, that's a kid. It's like, it's not really a kid though. Like 22 is not a kid, but to me, I mean,
when I'm his age, it is.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I'm looking and I'm like, how old are you? And you hear the two come out of his mouth and you're like, man, you're still wet behind the ears.
Well, that may be true. There's no question about that. But everybody, you get tired of hearing that though, right, Trevor? Be honest.
I'd like to interrupt for a moment.
Please do.
Nicole B, there actually is. There is a reward fund set up, and I can get it for you. I've got it somewhere in my text messages, and I will share it to Trevor.
I think I've got it somewhere.
Do you?
I believe so. Let me dig for it real quick.
Because it is an attorney actually in Nashville, and if you donate to it, it's not really, well, you donate to it. He prefers checks. You go in, you give him a receipt. You go in, you give him the money, he gives you a receipt, and then he puts it into an escrow account. Right now it's at $3,500. But unfortunately, particular family decided to tell people not to donate because we had people that wanted to donate, $1,000, $2,000 to the reward. And
I remember whenever Chris and Katie came out and said that there would not be a reward fund or something along those lines because they didn't want, or that the police said that it would make them look suspicious or something along those lines. Like, it was weird. So it's a secret interview on Josh's channel. I mean, I guess if you consider done live 2 days ago to thousands of people as secret, it can be considered a secret interview. But but it's just not on the news. It's done on a podcast instead. Yeah, I'm on set to get the Easter Miracle. Me too. Amber Alert's already canceled. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is the second time that he was on the lab. This is the second time. He was also on Dolly Vision last night. We'll take a look at that. We have the Fox interview from Seth, and then we also have a Fox interview with the parents. If Sebastian turns up on his own 2 feet, you'll eat your 53-inch TV. That does not sound very tasty. I don't recommend it because of the electronic components, but I mean, if that's what you choose to do, I still will remain hopeful. Yeah, TBI has one out. It's 3,500. Yes. They all need to be on the same page, but that's just not the reality, Anna Morris. I agree with you. But the reality is families in this situation are rarely all together and on the same page because there's always that level of distrust and suspicion that something could have happened, you know?
They told him not to donate. I've already called. I spoke to the attorney. He told me the process. And so there is an actual fund already set up.
Okay.
Josh, do you mind if I share my screen for a second? I've got it all pulled up.
No, go ahead.
As long as we don't have to see the John Wayne, we're good.
For the record, I didn't pull that up.
The John. So this is the reward fund. To add to the reward fund, Sebastian Rogers checks must be mailed or dropped off to reward fund for Sebastian Rogers, James Bryan Lewis, 1300 Division Street, Suite 307, Nashville, Tennessee 37203. All donations will be held in an escrow account. So there's the answer to that. Very cool. I am surprised that it hasn't been promoted a little bit more, but there's a lot of there's just a lot going on. Seth,
hyperlink to it.
What's that?
So I said, is there a way to make a hyperlink to it? I got to figure this stuff out.
Probably.
Just left me back in the VCR age.
Oh, okay. Let me see if
I'm in chat know what a VCR is.
Yeah, it's a video cassette recorder. And
Wow.
I have
a
Rescuers Down Under on VHS. Good one. You remember that one?
I watched Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, okay?
That's a good one too. Broomsticks.
Actually, one of the last movies I watched with my son, and I thought he wasn't going to like it, but he actually sat there and watched the whole thing and enjoyed every moment of it.
Oh, really? That's interesting. I think my kids would probably hate it, but they have terrible taste. That's what I tell them.
They're your kids. Their tastes are partly yours.
Well, that's why they have terrible taste.
I have wonderful taste. Except for in females, because I don't know what happened.
I was going to tell you.
Side of me that normally people don't see. The delusional, exhausted, and don't really have much of a thought process tonight.
But you got to blow off some steam, right? I mean, what are you going to do? You got to blow some steam off. I get in those.
Thank you so much, Linus. I appreciate the super sticker. Thank you so much. If anyone does not think Chris and Grady are shady, I think they're shady. And I think they have a lot of red flags, but I still don't think that they killed him. Oh, car was yes, they canceled the Amber Alert. Already done. I went over and pulled it up, Angela, and then it was gone. Like the article was already updated. So yeah, you can't understand why it took 2 days for it to come out as an Amber Alert. I don't know. Good morning, Avery. How are you?
Moods too. I'll constantly, trust me. The chat hates it. Like sometimes I'll be like do a lab after dark and I'm just like, why am I here right now? And then people are like, oh, Josh is in a bad mood. It's amazing that people can tell that you're bad mood. Somebody said we've seen it. Yeah. Josh, you seem off today. See? Somebody just said in the chat, Josh, you seem off today. I'm not off. This is how I usually am. Off. Josh, you're off today. Great. Now I feel bad. Let me see here. No, it's not that I'm off. It's just that this situation just is, it's perplexing and it's difficult to kind of navigate. I mean, with the emotions going on and people trying to help, people feeling kind of, pushed back on. And it's just, I'm trying to toe the line here,
Am I remarried? Please. I learned the first time. Can't you tell?
just let it out. Just let it out, man. Can't you tell? I can't, I'm getting hammered here. So let's see. Can you put that in the chat again, Linda, and I'll pin it for you. Yeah, it's just a conversation with friends. So
Well, not crazy by crazy lady. I had an 8-track player in my first vehicle.
yeah, so you definitely are older than me. That's true. Because I never
Okay.
I never had one of those.
Well, I feel sorry for you.
Well, you should feel
I
sorry.
really feel sorry when I bought my truck and found out there wasn't a CD player in it.
What was it? Just like a USB plug-in?
It is. Yeah, it's got one of those.
Thank you, Click and Go Books. And I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, why? Why was the search called off? Due to increasing security. What? Nuh-uh. Due to increasing for this morning? For today? So this is 3 days this week that they have 3 times this week that they have gathered everybody up and then canceled? So again, we look at the United Cajun Navy and what people are saying about them being just here for the glory and things like that. And are they wrong? They're not actually searching. This is why they didn't want press out there. This is why they didn't want JLR filming their searches, because this is 3 times. Is it raining? Today's search for Sebastian Rogers has been called off due to increasing security concerns, and with the upcoming Easter holiday, the decision has been made as of this morning to pull back and regroup. This decision was not taken lightly. It is made with safety of all volunteers in mind. We want to thank all of the volunteers that plan to be out searching today. We are very grateful. We will continue to evaluate this situation and support ongoing local efforts in the meantime. This does not mean that the search is over. What the heck? It was supposed to start an hour ago. There was a local search also starting at, this morning that did not involve the United Cajun Navy. Meeting time for tomorrow. I posted this because I posted both of them, right? Meeting time for tomorrow, 10 a.m. So now it's 11 a.m., 11:10 a.m., and they canceled it 7 minutes ago. And then the local search was supposed to start between 9 and 10 at a different location. It's not even like they were planned at the same location. That is, I'm sorry, but that's shady. You can't look at that and say that that's not weird, that they have canceled the search 3 times now. That's not okay. They might be a 501(c)(3). They might be a legitimate organization, but are they actually, like, I don't know. I that's just ridiculous. 3 times. And then how does Seth feel right now? That's what I'd like to know. What is he thinking? Hi, malicious intent. EquiSearch has not been there since the drones were flew with TBI. Yeah, you're sure Seth is out there looking. Hi, malicious intent. I don't know if I just said that. Yeah, it's BS. That's so ridiculous. Yeah, it's a lame excuse. Listen, and I hope that you are right. What's wrong with them? Security concerns, JLR. JLR is back in Florida. He was live from his couch. Well, not his couch, his desk, but he was live from his house today. So JLR's not there. And I'm pretty sure Dolly is home too. I mean, it looked like he was in his studio. during the interview with Seth, and then the locals had their own separate search planned. You think it has something to do with the YouTube people? Who's still there? No, everybody's gone. Bullhorn Betty can't go because her car's broke down. So who's out there? Security concerns, right? So that's what I'm saying, Nicole. That's the other side of things. But why wouldn't they say that? That there's no need for us to search or something along those lines. You cancel for a third time 6 minutes after your search was supposed to start. Yeah, all the security concerns have left and gone home. All of them, they're all gone. And the other one didn't ever show up. I don't know. That's wrong to me. That's just wrong. Yeah, you're still gonna go out and search. Music City Mom, there is still locals out searching.
They won't even charge my phone though.
Well,
It sucks because
I would take
yeah,
the whole car back.
charge my phone.
I would take the whole thing back.
There are still a few haters who live in the area. I don't know. Call the police on them then. You know what I mean? Like, that's ridiculous. You get people all ready to search 3 days this week. If this was the first time that they canceled, I might be like, oh, wow, that sucks. But this is the third time. This is the third time they've done this. That's wrong to me. One thing I was gonna say, because somebody said maybe it's good news, you know? Seth is, as you see, is exhausted, delirious, kind of like out of it. In tomorrow's interview with Dolly, he looks the happiest and most hopeful that I've seen him look, and that's after a meeting with TBI. Now, is that because he finally got to see proof of life during the videos yesterday, he tells us? Or did TBI tell them that they're on to something or on to a lead, or that they do believe Sebastian is out there somewhere alive, right? That's something to keep in mind. I still, like I said, think that he is out there and gonna be able to come home.
It's all painted.
It's already paid for and there's no refund.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. You got a paid for car. So I had a brief conversation with Chris the other day, asking him why he hasn't been in contact with you. His answer was that he hasn't heard from you, and that his phone, he knows that my phone is always on. So take that for whatever it is. That was his response to my question. When I saw your News Nation piece come out, that's what
I'm pretty sure that probably upset him a little bit, but it's the truth. But my whole thing is that I'm out looking for my son. If you don't want to come help me, you don't want to come help me. I'm not going to ask.
Right. I hear you on that, man.
You don't hear me sitting here asking everybody for help. Why do I have to call you personally?
That's a good point. I thought that your interview with Brian Enton was very, like all your interviews, it was straight to the point. It was
too old, being around the bush. That got me in trouble anyways. It did get me the best thing in the world though. Now I just got to find him.
Yeah, I think you are. I really do. I really do think that you're going to find him. And I said this when the first time that we talked. I believe that you'll be the reason that he's found. And because I don't know if Chris and Katie are looking for Sebastian. They say that they have, but it doesn't feel that way to me. And like I said, I don't want to rail against them because it's just not appropriate for me to do that. But
a lot of people think that they're guilty. I've seen some of the comments, but my profession says that you're innocent until proven guilty. And that even comes to when it comes to my son.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where it's not what you know, or it's not how you feel. It's just what you can prove, and where, the first step is finding Sebastian, and then hopefully everything gets squared away from there.
I've said that there's a missing piece of this puzzle, and I figured out what the missing piece is. It's what I'm looking for. Once I find Sebastian, we'll know everything. We'll know what happened.
Yeah, I agree.
God willing, he's alive and well, and he can verbally tell us.
Let me ask you about that really quick. His conversation, um, was he able to communicate just rather well? Like he could speak fine and all that kind of stuff, comprehend things.
Yes, there have been many times that I've got compliments from teachers about his vocabulary usage and his wide range of vocabulary to begin with.
Yeah,
I taught him how to read. I taught him how to write. I taught him. I was given a lot of shit because his first book that I ever bought for him was a dictionary.
Good morning, Live Vlog No More. I'm glad that you're able to get out into the warm weather today and work on your plants. Good morning, Salty Sea. Yeah, if you had a friend, you would call a friend, you would help or search, do it on your own. I don't ever recommend searching by yourself. That can be extremely dangerous, especially going into areas that may not be safe as far as landscape and things like that go. You like Seth, it's too bad the parents can't unify and the common goal of finding their boy. It's hard. I mean, we see families that are together prior to disappearances in kids completely separate after their kids disappear or go to war with one side or another. It's a lot of stress. You know, we're sitting here on the outside looking in, and yes, we care about Sebastian and we want him found and things like that, but we don't know Sebastian. We're not emotionally attached to Sebastian. We're all concerned with his well-being and things like that because we don't want somebody hurt. We want a child to be found safe. But it's nothing in comparison to what these parents and these families are going through. Right? Nothing in comparison.
And I told you, if you read this from,
I mean, honestly, if you think about it, Grandma Robin came out and she put a ton of anger on the internet towards Chris and Katie. And was Facebook the time or place or location to do that? You know, is it appropriate to do that to kind of start that ball rolling or to push the ball harder if it was already rolling? I don't know, you know, but she's the grandma of a missing child. I'm not going to tell her she's wrong. It's hard, you know, but anything that you might have had in your past that could potentially be a red flag, I mean, you're going to feel it. You're going to feel it and it's going to amplify because you're emotionally charged because you're going through a devastating, horrific time. Thank you so much, Salty C, for being a member for 11 months. Thank you. Thank you. You were hoping that they would have found Sebastian by now. The fact that they haven't found Sebastian by now is why I have hope. I've never heard about Haley Owen's case, actually, Victoria. The neighbor grabbed her. Oh, that's horrible.
cover to back, you'll be smarter than half the people out here.
Right.
And he didn't take me up on it. So
I don't blame him one bit. Comic books are way better. That is a straight up dad move. So I mean, you are a certified old father like me. That's what, like I told you, my kids tell me all the time. They're like, "You're like 50, dude. You're like 50."
somewhere between 40 and 50. Leave me alone.
Well, no, that's what they would say to me. But yeah, just knowing, you know, you're just, we're about the same age. Trevor's the young one here. He's the problem.
That's
Showing
because
up with his youth and good looks and stamina,
Wow.
good blood pressure.
What's that like?
Yeah.
You did, Music City Mom. I did get it. Thank you so much. I seen it and I said thank you in the chat. They were talking about something I didn't want to interrupt, but I do appreciate so much that you sent that. Thank you. Received.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Oh, I'm Trevor. I have good blood pressure.
All right.
Good blood pressure.
What's that like?
Guys, my friend Josh complimented it. Oh, what do you say? That I have good blood pressure.
Yeah, exactly. That's funny.
Someone's got to clip that, please.
I'm sure it'll get clipped. Seth, did Sebastian like any sports?
At one point in time, he did.
Baseball, right?
Actually, no.
Never gone.
We were in California for 9 years, and I was teaching him how to play soccer.
Oh, okay. Soccer.
Yeah. Well, I tried to stay away from anything that might actually get him hit in the head by any hard or fast objects, because he has a pocket of fluid on the right bilateral part of his brain. And the last thing I wanted is him to get a head injury from a fastball, a baseball bat. Football was definitely out of the question. He's too scrawny for that, anyways.
Right. Well, okay. Was he born with that?
Yes, he was.
And what is that attributed to? Is it just genetics or what?
It's 6q27 chromosomal deletion syndrome,
Okay.
which leads to a lot of birth defects.
Okay.
Like when he was born in 2008, there was 8 recorded cases of this.
Interesting. Okay.
There wasn't a lot of research on it because there wasn't no money in the research. So
did he have epilepsy?
no, thank God.
He never had seizures or anything growing up?
Have seizures. I potty trained him 6 times. It was just like he would go to bed, and the doctor stated that he thought that maybe he was having the seizures in his sleep.
Yeah.
But he grew out of it. I mean, the doctor was like, they don't do anything. It's just like a little reset. Oh, I saw it many a times.
And he would have the tonic-clonic seizures, the shaking and stiffness.
Well, no, I saw the after effects because I think a couple times we thought that maybe he was having a seizure because but it was kind of like an absent-mindedness. And he was sitting there, he would be watching TV or doing something, and then he would just stop and stare off into space.
Yeah, they're called absent seizures. Yeah.
But then you could, snap your fingers, get his attention, and he'd come back to you. But there was times that he would go to bed, and when he woke up the next morning, you could just tell that he had no clue what happened for the last couple months.
Really? Yeah. They call that what is that? It's like after you have a seizure. I can't remember the name, but it's a state that you go into, and it takes a while. You don't know. My oldest son has seizures, and so he that would happen to him, but he was very it took him a while to just get his wits about him. You know what I mean? Like a good half hour to hour. Postictal, that's what it's called, a postictal state. Correct. Thank you, Cat H. So it's a fog, kind of what you're describing there. So, but kids grow out of seizure activity a lot. Like it's like 70-80%. Like kids, when they get older, they tend to grow out of it. So
FYI for volunteers, flyers, and donated supplies for volunteers are available at 90 Volunteer Drive in Hendersonville under the awning. Anyone interested in searching and posting flyers can go grab some. I wonder if that information can be spread to the other group that was supposed to be out searching today, since United Cajun Navy has canceled their searches. That way they can go get that and at least benefit from the stuff that was donated for volunteers that were searching. I don't know who was leading that search party that was going to be going out. That was just locals basically. But thank you so much, Music City Mom, for sharing that information. Yeah, we all know Chris Proudfoot is a piece of POS. So if grandma has something to say, let her. I agree. We were just talking about the unity between families and stuff like that. Like anything that is going on prior to a missing child is just going to be amplified. Tending to sick grandbabies. Yeah, I got sick ones everywhere too right now. This is in the Sebastian group on Facebook. Okay, thank you so much. So if you guys happen to listen to this and you are volunteers, consider stopping at that area if you need any supplies, water, snacks, flyers, things like that. They did have stuff that was donated for the United Cajun Navy searches, and they have dropped out of the efforts until at least after Easter. We don't know if they'll be back.
That's very tough to deal with. So he and you said, and when was he diagnosed with autism?
Late last year.
And before that, what was he treated for? Like, what was his diagnosis before that?
Besides the chromosomal deletion, which was done at like 6 months old, they just went and diagnosed him as having ADHD.
It seems like a fairly simple diagnosis, especially for, the. But I mean, I'm sure that did he have that as well? I mean, was that something that he does have? Is it something that's still active with him?
What, the ADHD?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How does that make him act? Like, if that's acting up, is it just as described? You just hyper and can't pay attention?
Boy.
Yeah. Just hyper, right?
You know.
Yeah. Did he shake his leg? Was he anxious? Did he ever get anxious? Anything?
Yeah.
Did he ever express to you that he was anxious?
You could just tell with his behavior.
Yeah. And how would you so, okay, like, so this is just a hypothetical. So say somebody comes across Sebastian, and he's scared or disoriented or whatever it is. What would be the best way to help him to calm down until help gets there? I mean, you know him better than anybody.
A calm, soothing voice.
And he will respond to his name, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so as far as why they canceled, they said for immediate release. Now, mind you, they were supposed to start between 9 and 10 a.m. this morning. Okay. This was posted after 11 a.m. It says for immediate release to all UCN search volunteers, today's search for Sebastian Rogers has been called off due to increasing security concerns. And with the upcoming Easter holiday, the decision has been made to pull back and regroup. This decision was not taken lightly and is made with the safety of all volunteers in mind. We want to thank all volunteers that planned to be out searching today. We are very grateful and we will continue to evaluate the situation in support of ongoing local efforts in the meantime. Which there is a group of locals who have gone out to search today. Now, mind you, JLR has gone home. Bullhorn Betty is not there. Her car broke down or something along those lines. And Dolly Vision is also not there. So I'm not sure what drove their need to leave, but they decided to leave. So that's where we are. Which which thing are you looking for me to check? Oh, okay. Is it only a TikTok video, Seal?
I mean, he ain't stupid by any means.
No, I wouldn't imagine so, especially somebody that gets that many kills on Call of Duty.
He still hasn't matched mine.
Oh, he will. He will. He's got plenty of time.
I mean, he's definitely got an advantage why my arm is hurting. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Somebody had a question here. Eric says, does Seth have any thoughts on Chris saying, Ellie told me not to talk about it on certain questions? Any thoughts on that at all?
Look, I have another phone right here next to me. It doesn't have service, but I love using my Wi-Fi.
Okay.
You said Eric. Seth, I talk to law enforcement. I know what I can and cannot discuss.
I'm so sorry, Click and Go. I normally do every day I'll put on closed captions. You can do that for live streams, by the way, if you are a creator. All you have to do is go into your studio, go into the live stream settings, switch it to low or I'm sorry, what is it? It's like low speed or whatever, and then you can put it on low latency, and then you can put it on closed captions for while you were live. And typically I do, and this more once you start, you can't fix it. And so unfortunately I do not have closed captions today.
And so far, you guys really haven't asked me very many questions that I can't discuss.
Sure, I understand that. Makes sense.
You know,
It's weird to me that he says that they haven't asked very many questions that he can't discuss. And then you're on the opposite side of things. You have Chris being evasive about everything. They can't talk about how many pairs of shoes Sebastian had. They can't talk about if there was slippers or not. They can't talk about the vehicle make and model. They can't talk about, the front door lock being code and not a key. They can't talk about whatever, anything. It's frustrating. But then you got Seth on the other side trying to put out every single detail that could be important about his son and the fact that Sebastian is missing.
So you just maybe that's more at his discretion than anything else.
well, I don't know what they tell him. I know what they tell me.
And that's not something that you're able to tell us, correct?
Nope.
Got it. Let me see. Seth, I hope you feel the love the world feels for Sebastian and you. Your heart is shining through. That's true. I agree. I did find it a little odd that Chris did mention that he didn't take a polygraph, and I think that's odd. Although polygraphs, I know that polygraphs they're not typically admissible in court, but they are used as a tool.
Well, in court.
Yeah, and nobody ever asked you to take one, correct? I mean, that's because obviously you were of your
One.
proximity and where you were at the time.
I mean, I volunteered. I was like, okay, so you gave her one. When do I go take mine?
Mm.
And they never even responded to me. Like, you know how that annoying child gets ignored at the Christmas party? That's how I kind of felt.
Yeah. No, that's it. So what'd you think of old Trev when you met him the first time?
I was wondering why the wind blew the trash into the park.
That's hilarious that he referred to Trev like that. Oh my gosh, poor guy. Trev has such a nice heart. He's been covering this case since the beginning with all the right intentions.
Hi, partner.
Now that's funny.
I only talked to him for like 5 hours today.
I was gonna say we only spoke for the whole day.
5 hours. Jeez.
Yeah, I made sure he left his phone over there by his car.
Yeah, no streaming for him. Yeah, that's definitely not Trevor's MO. He's a very, him and I met through another case out of Tennessee. And
I don't know. I mean,
what's that?
Britt asked the question: does mom usually take Sebastian out to do so many things like the day prior? I don't know. I really don't ask about their days because I don't really get an answer anyways. And then Sebastian doesn't really like to talk about what he does at his mom and stepfather's, and I kind of figure out why now. Mohawk Mom, does Sebastian also have a nickname? First of all, I named him. All 4 names, I named him.
I'm having trouble here. All right, much better. Sorry.
Hitting all the buttons.
All 4 of them.
All 4 of them. Wayne, Drake, Rogers.
Where'd the Dwayne Drake come from?
The Wayne?
Or the Drake?
The Wayne is my dad's name.
Okay.
And Drake is because he's always been my little dragon.
Interesting. That's cute.
That's awesome.
Definitely way before some music person thought they could call themselves Drake. Okay.
That makes sense.
Star T, the reason he seems like a normal boy is I didn't raise him like he had a defect.
Yeah.
He didn't have a defect. People see it. Some people see it as a defect. Me, he's special.
It's just who he is. He's yeah.
I raised him like I would raise my next child. No, that's not an offer.
Mm. Thank God.
As for a nickname, it just depends on what he's done today to get himself one of the many nicknames that I have for him.
So
Some I like to call him Shark Bait, and he don't like that.
Shark bait.
why shark bait?
I think it's pretty clear TM10 that Chris is less than truthful about a lot of things.
Exactly. Ooh-ha-ha.
Shark bait. Yeah.
I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about.
Nemo?
Finding Nemo.
You never watched Nemo?
And he had a VR. Shit.
Probably 18 years ago was the last time I saw Finding Nemo.
What's a classic part though?
I don't remember.
They were in the aquarium. They were having the ritual.
Yeah, they were having the ritual with all of them inside the aquarium, and then shark bait. Shark bait. Yeah, see, I remember.
JC wants to know. Let me ask you this question. Hi, Josh. Instead, I have a question. Was Sebastian a child who enjoyed going a lot of places? One day, referring to Sunday, and prayers for you. You're a wonderful man.
I think she's hitting on me. I'm not sure.
It's hard to tell through text. Trust me.
Oh yeah, I know. Well, it's hard to tell when they're right in front of you too.
That's true too. I assume everybody's disgusted by me.
Pretty much. That's how I feel.
That's just the basis I go off.
Boat with no oars. Okay, Josh.
Yeah.
I don't, like I said, I don't really pay attention to what they're doing because Sebastian doesn't really tell me. Now, there's days that when he's with me, we might go to the store, we might go over to the game shop to play D&D, play Magic the Gathering, go fishing. I mean, there's a lot of things we might do throughout the weekend, but I like to do one or two things. Like if I got to go to the grocery store, then we're going to the grocery store. That's normal. After that, if he wants to go out to eat, I'll take him out to eat. If he wants to go play at the playground and it's not cold outside, then I'll take him to the playground. I mean, a lot of when I have him on my weekends, we pretty much do whatever he wants to do.
And what is it that he typically wants to do? What, like a normal child wants to play video games? Yeah.
He wants to play on the Switch,
Yeah.
watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Naruto, whatever he have, or NCIS. He really likes NCIS.
He likes the show NCIS.
Yeah. He says I'm good.
I was gonna say he must be a Gibbs fan because I can see him liking Gibbs. Who doesn't like Gibbs though, right?
Right.
NCIS is a legit show. I've watched it with my grandma before, right after the Waltons. So I have to force myself to wake up to watch NCIS.
Right after the Waltons.
Yeah, dude, the Waltons are legit. Huh? I like them. I watch them sometimes. Let me see here. See if we can.
Was I that night? I was at work.
Who
I
asked
work
you? Who asked you?
for
Yeah, that's. Yeah, did he like puzzles?
he worked on some puzzles. I mean, he liked Legos. So I would buy the single thing Legos like Batman and his spaceship or the Joker, and we would sit there and put those together.
Dude, how? Hold on, let me get this really quick. How
What?
expensive are Legos now?
Expensive.
Dude,
Legos are freaking insanely priced. Just saying. Hi, Rexy. Did Sebastian have his glasses? The answer is yes. I believe that his glasses are not at the home. Did Chris have a work phone as well as a personal phone? I believe that Chris would answer that as he can't tell us because it's part of the investigation. And was there a video of Sebastian returning home the day that they went out to eat? Again, that's another one of those things that they would not answer, I believe, because that is part of the investigation, right? Again, this is what we go back to at the beginning of this live. I showed an update from the Caleb Harris investigation. Very easily, they came out and told us all the things that they needed to about that investigation. And I'm willing to believe that Sumner County can do the exact same thing and end some of these questions and speculations that we have very easily without revealing their cards in the case.
I remember my kids loved Lego, so we like when Kmart was a thing, we would go there, and I'm surprised how expensive Legos actually were then, and I can't imagine how much they cost now. But they're supposed to last forever as long as you don't have a dog that chews on them, and I do have a dog.
Or a kid that leaves them out so you step on them.
Is there any there's nothing that hurts worse than stepping on Legos barefoot? I was kind of being facetious, but I get what you're saying. I'm sure there are other things.
Hot Wheels.
Yeah, it reminds me of on Home Alone when Marv comes through the window and there's like the ornaments and the Legos and the wheels, and he steps on all of them. He stepped on every single one. I've always said that Kevin from Home Alone, that kid is sick. Like he's a sick person,
Well, you got to be a sick person to be trying to kill a kid, anyways.
Yeah, but he was trying to kill two adults.
We're trying to kill him. All fair and
All
loving.
he had to do was call the cops, man. That's it. He knew they were coming.
Yeah, but remember when they first showed up, they were dressed as cops, so now you can't trust it.
That's true too. So then he decides to get to try and kill him.
Don't tread on me. Don't come in my house.
Yeah, no, he didn't. But then the New York thing, he just took it too far there.
That you're from California, Josh.
What's that?
So we could so tell you're from California, Josh.
I'm a snowflake.
Really close to it.
No, I'm actually from I'm from a part of California that's really not that way. I'm from a county called Humboldt County up in the northern part. And I mean, we're big country, but that doesn't change the fact that Kevin was a psycho, me being from California. Yeah, he's allowed to do that. I think maybe one time I've had somebody say something like that, like, oh yeah, we can tell you're from California, but yeah, maybe it does show. I don't know. Trevor's from California too, San Francisco specifically.
Yeah, absolutely not.
That's what you told me once. No, you
It
didn't.
is not what I told you.
He wanted a trolley ride.
Yeah. Can we go on a trolley ride? Trevor, get out of the road. Great question. Can Sebastian swim?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Boy's been swimming since he was a year old.
Okay.
It's the first thing we did.
Like a fish.
You betcha.
Interesting. Okay. And he was attracted to water.
Attracted to water?
And that's what I heard early on. I don't even know what that means. I like water too, so I don't know what that means.
They say that autistic children are attracted to water. My son, on the other hand, I don't think he was attracted to water. I think he was more like he liked to swim. We go fishing and he didn't want to touch the water because it looked nasty and dirty.
Right.
Because he doesn't like to get dirty.
And so they are.
This is one of those things where it's like that was how he was portrayed in those first videos and interviews, and I just cannot wrap my head around it still. Just because the way that it wasn't even so much the family as it was the creators talking about the case and stuff like that, like about like, oh, he could have ran outside and fell in and like went to the river or the retention pond or wherever. Like he's not 3.
Operating under the not suspicion, but the assumption that he didn't have any shoes. I mean, is that something that is confirmed?
Yeah, he has no shoes. The pair of boots that I just bought him because he outgrew the last ones, and the pair of shoes that his mom just bought him because he outgrew the other ones, and his old tennis shoes were still at the front door.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. So say there was some sort of, disagreement or argument at the house and he got upset and say he said, I want to leave, which this is hypothetical. Knowing him the way that he does, I mean, would he take the time to put his shoes on?
I think so.
Yeah. I mean, is that a possibility that's what happened?
Anything's possible.
Yeah, I mean, that's a weird question to ask you, but like, is that something that you put any merit into, or you don't feel that that's what happened?
I don't know, man. I
Don't know.
really don't.
Yeah.
I wish I knew.
Yeah. Hold on. And we're going to pin this at the top of the chat. Golly, hold on.
Yeah, I think Josh said on the red ants.
I did. I did sit on red ants. Yeah. It was horrible, dude. Like, honestly, and I wasn't very old, but they got my apple bag and everything. Thighs, legs. It was one of the worst feelings. It was like getting electrocuted, like mini electrocuted, like a little mini jolt.
He's got a pair of well, they're like Nike slip-on like shower shoes at my house. He wears those if he's going outside.
Mm. And do you know if he had any slippers at his mom's house?
That I don't know.
Yeah. And so if he were to just like take the trash out or something at your house, he would just put on his slippers?
Depending on where I put the trash can. If it's in the grass, he puts on his slippers.
Uh-huh. Yeah. He wasn't a kid that walked around the house with no shoes on, or he did?
Oh, around the house, he didn't have shoes on, but at my house, all shoes come off at the front door. Don't be tracking anything through my house. That's nasty.
Yeah. Trevor steps in dog crap a lot, so that's a good rule. Right, Trevor?
Well, he
Yeah,
doesn't.
we'll go with that.
What?
Trevor steps in dog crap on purpose.
Okay.
Anyway.
Alright.
I'm just kidding. But so the no shoes thing. I just keep going back to that because I keep thinking that maybe there was like an argument or something like that, and I hate to even speculate, but the no shoes thing is just really
good speculation. But I figured speculation station.
Does Sebastian sleepwalk was a question.
I've never seen him sleep.
Not that you know, yeah. And
sleeping.
A little bit. Thank you for gifting a lab membership. It's very kind of you. Did Sebastian carry?
I wish that somebody would have addressed like the nighttime medicine at some point with Seth. Like, is his nighttime medicine to make him sleep because he can't normally sleep at night? And if he took it, would he have been able to wake up to leave the house with a person who may have been luring him out? If that was the case.
A flashlight everywhere, and what's it look like? Praying for you both from Texas. And honestly, you guys don't have to super chat to ask questions. I'll try and get to as many as I can, but don't feel obligated to do that, please. Go ahead.
Where are we at?
Did Sebastian carry a flashlight everywhere? And what's it look like?
My house, he's got a flashlight in his room. So, there's that. Then there's a flashlight in the hallway, and there's a flashlight on my desk. And there's a lantern light by the kitchen table. And in my truck, I carry 2 pretty much mag flashlights. So he never had to carry a flashlight with him because there's always flashlights wherever he went in my house.
Yeah.
So my question is, was he like afraid of the dark?
Gotcha.
So that liked the beach because he didn't like the sand. It felt weird.
Look, that's something I can get behind too. Has Ellie sat down and told you what is fact versus BS?
You see that?
There it is.
See the flashlight? It's where he left it. Flashlight, gun. Because that's where he likes to literally be under his bed with the flashlight playing a Switch or reading a book. My son was weird. I loved every part of it.
He was just Sebastian. He is Sebastian. When I talked to you last time, we had talked about the glasses, and I know that there was some conflicting reports about that. But so his glasses aren't at the. Is that his?
No,
that's yours.
But they glow in the dark.
What's that?
I said no, but they glow in the dark. I have 2 of them. I found 2 of them the other day when I was at the corner store.
You like ducks?
No,
just they glow in the dark.
They're green and they glow in the dark.
Sebastian, yeah.
So
that was his favorite color, right?
You betcha.
Yeah.
I still find myself like I was at O'Reilly's to get oil for my truck because I've been driving a lot of miles, and I was there, and the next thing I know, I was leaving with Hot Wheels for him, and it's just like, hope I find him.
I hope so too. We'll do a couple more questions and we'll get out of here. Let's see.
Wait, did he say it in past tense or present tense? I see you guys saying is, not was. I mean, if he said it in past tense, that would be one of the few times that Seth has used past tense. Oh, Seth said something in past tense. Listen, I would say though, we've listened to how many interviews, and I don't think he ever refers to him past tense. He said was, okay? But listen, is he getting to the point? Like I said, he looks in this interview, I think he's picking up jokes and saying stuff like that because he's trying to keep himself upbeat a little bit. Because he's starting to get deflated, in my opinion, because he's constantly out there looking. It has to start to feel hopeless, and especially up until this point, he has been asking TBI for proof of life since he had talked to him last on Thursday. And we found out that they had not given that to him until yesterday. And yesterday they finally gave him proof of life. Up until up until um up until then. I don't think that we can hold one was against him because, like I said, typically he is in the present tense. Typically it's not a was situation or a hopeless situation. He does seem to generally stay upbeat. Yeah, at what point do you start to get discouraged? I mean, it's been over a month. It's been over a month. He's reading all of this speculation. He's listening to different speculation. He has to be questioning things himself, especially if he genuinely did just find out about the belt incident and things like that. You know, I'm sure every thought has gone through his head. Every thought. So, yeah, plus he's exhausted. So I wouldn't hold that and be like, "Oh, he said was." Like out of all people, we know where Seth was. Um, he was not there. He was at work, things like that. And his work, unlike Chris's, does operate on the weekends. Chris's does not, and he won't tell us a timeline. And he was very shady about when he could have gone home and didn't come home and, all this stuff. Yeah, you're tired from Sleuth and you couldn't imagine being him. I spent all night last night. I was up until like probably 2 a.m. looking for um the spot in the Facebook page where Chris said about the floodlights blowing in the wind or whatever, and that the lights that night were from the floodlights blowing in the wind. And I found the conversation, and he has since deleted that comment. And so I posted to see if anybody has a screenshot of him saying about the lights blowing in the wind. I have the message leading up to it, but I do not have the actual message that he says, where he actually says about it. And I thought that it was odd because he insisted in that comment back to somebody that TBI had told him that it was floodlights blowing in the wind. And now we have Seth coming out on these interviews explaining that the lights were the trash truck. And so that to me is weird. The message before he says the blowing in the wind, he says, "Good evening. Yes, let's discuss these lights. First and foremost, the TBI has posted a link talking about all videos that they have collected, including the one you are discussing. I can personally tell you that everything you are assuming about these lights are false. If you watch the video, you are watching it from a view of a person holding a recording device, watching a video being played. Confused yet? Everyone who is sharing this does not have the original video. I have seen this firsthand with law enforcement. Please see the link below to answer your questions about the updated information, including technology questions. And then he goes on to say, in the next comment, basically, that it was floodlights blowing in the wind and that it was not two flashlights walking through the backyard and it was in a grassy area behind their home, blah, blah, blah. And now Seth is coming out saying that it was trash trucks, and we'll hear that a little bit more in depth on Dolly Vision, where he explains it a little bit in more detail. But to me, once again, here's Chris on Facebook lying back, I think it was the 14th of March, lying about what TBI allegedly told him was the lights, if we are to believe that what Seth said is true. But the problem is, like I said, that the next messages are deleted. I know I read them. I don't know why I didn't screenshot them whenever I read them. But there are multiple posts of people talking about it being allegedly floodlights. And so I know I didn't make it up in my brain. I just don't have the screenshot. And so if anybody has the screenshot, please send it over, because I didn't get it. But again, it's just one more thing that he has been dishonest about. And it just makes you like, why lie about it? It's very frustrating. If Lord, you do believe he would have put shoes on. I still don't believe that he didn't. I'm going to say that. I still don't believe that he went out barefoot completely. And if he did, I don't know. Mom said that she had to yell at him to put on shoes. Right? That she had to tell him to put on shoes because he would go outside in his socks constantly. So where's the truth lie? Again, we don't know. We don't know. You've had 4 hours of sleep per night for the past 10 days. Imagine how the family feels. The time was wrong and it was a trash truck, I heard. Right, we'll get to that interview. I'm just saying that it's weird that Chris would be on the face. Oh, I guess it's not that weird, right? It's par for the course with this case, right? Because Chris is consistently coming out and being evasive or dishonest or telling us half truths or not putting in the whole thing. I mean, after all, he did tell us that he took a polygraph and passed. He said that in the Facebook groups. Yes, we both took one, we passed. Now he said on Nancy Grace that he didn't. I mean, so it's ridiculous. The fog light was pointed towards the community area, right? I don't know. It's frustrating because it's nonstop in this case where it's like, you don't have to be shady. If you had nothing to do with it, just don't be shady. It's like, okay, it's like if you are driving, right? And you get pulled over by police and you act weird, like you have something to hide, but you don't have anything to hide. Like you don't have any drugs in the car. You're not like hiding a stolen weapon or stolen merchandise or a body in your trunk or whatever, but you act weird throughout the entire situation anyways. The cop is going to search you and wonder why the heck you're acting that way. You know what I mean? The cop is going to be like, is there something wrong? Why are you acting so shady? And that's how I feel about Chris. Like if there's nothing to hide, there's nothing going on, like stop panicking. just like, what are you doing? You're making people hate you and you're being weird. Just stop. Just breathe. Let other people handle it if you can't.
And Kelly K, thank you for gifting the memberships. That's very kind of you. I have some. If he put on his glasses and got his flashlight, he put his shoes on, so it just doesn't make sense. I mean, that's a great point.
Well, Sebastian puts his glasses on whenever he gets up out of bed.
Yeah, right. I mean, that makes. And are you the same way?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay.
These aren't sunglasses; they're transition lens. But I put my glasses on every time I get up.
Let me see here. Speaking of flashlights, was it a Ring camera or neighbor who saw two flashlights in his backyard? What time was that? And I'm sure that you've seen the infamous lights. What has law enforcement told you about that?
That it's not flashlights.
Did they say what it was?
They said it was the trash truck. They said the one going that way was that picking up the trash, and the reason it was so fast coming back was because it was going.
And that was caught on a neighbor's camera.
What? Did you notice all the scratches on his arm on the 20th day, many days after he was asked about the 3 on his arm in an interview? He thanked them for asking and that he had the dog do it? Did I miss that interview? When did he say that? Was it in the Facebook groups? Like, please send me the screenshots of this conversation. I know that he claimed, okay, so on Smiley's live, right, he claimed about the scratches being from his dog, but did he have the dog intentionally scratch him again so that he can prove that the dogs do it? Was it in Smiley's? I knew that, but I guess I must be misunderstanding your comment, because that's just like, again, why? Like, you're not going to prove yourself innocent. If you are in it, regardless of if you're innocent or not, you are not going to prove yourself innocent to anybody on this platform, anybody on Facebook, anybody on Twitter, anybody on TikTok, nowhere. You're just not. The only thing that can help them is if the police start making statements about things. Thank you so much, Talia. Appreciate you.
That's what they said.
Wow. Okay, that's interesting. Debbie, what was the question, Debbie? Sorry, the chat's moving fast. It's hard to slow it down. Let me see. Okay. Seth, can a money order be sent instead of a regular check for the reward fund?
I think
Do you know,
should.
Trevor?
The difference is with a money order, whoever gets the order can literally cash it. So if it doesn't make it there and somebody say steals it, which mail is not really very secure nowadays,
Yeah.
you're not guaranteed that it gets there.
Interesting. Rebecca wants to know, as far as you know, has Katie always been soft spoken?
I'm going to claim the fifth on that one.
All right, moving on.
Josh, I am dropping the link for the lawyer that's over the reward fund, so anybody that can contact him about any further questions if they want.
You dropping it in the chat?
I'll drop it in the chat. Yeah.
Chat. That's different than the chat.
Whoa,
Chat's the chat. Private chat is the chat. Oh no, wait, I'm confused.
Like waiting
Please
for the
read
link,
the
because
link.
I'll grab
Oh, I
that
did
link and post
What
it
was it?
if anybody
40
wants
links.
to add to the reward. Yeah, on Smiley's. Okay,
Does he
yeah,
know if
because
the
nobody had
doors in
asked
the
when
house
asked
were
about
locked
that.
after Katie woke? And also, did the dogs hit on his scent outside the house? Okay, so the question is, do you know if the doors in the house were locked after Katie woke up?
Moving.
Also, did the dogs hit on his scent outside? Now, I believe that they did hit on a scent from what Chris and Katie say. What about the do you know if the doors were locked? Like, there was no sign of forced entry, right?
Mm.
Correct. And the only thing I know about it is what Katie told law enforcement, because obviously I don't live there.
Right.
Yeah, the dispatch call did say that the doors were locked, so that's what was reported to them originally too.
Yeah, I understand that Seth said what he said and his explanation of things. I'm not discounting Seth. I'm saying again, again, Chris lied, right? And there was no point or purpose to his lies. His lie didn't even make sense, because he was like, it's floodlights blowing in the wind or whatever, and that's what the lights were. And you can obviously see on that video that the one light is moving, like, to and from places or whatever. And so it's just frustrating. That's all. I mean, I question honestly if TBI at this point has told them that that video is something to be concerned about, and that they are telling the parents to backtrack because they never wanted it released. That's what I'm wondering about.
What is can't see.
But then EMA director said they had no scent trail when he spoke to Nick Barris the other day. So I don't know.
Don't even get me started on that gun.
Interesting, Victoria.
Did Katie really pass the poly? I don't think Seth. I mean, I'm sure you don't know the answer to that, correct?
Hope she did.
You hope she did, but you don't have confirmation one way or the other.
No, I was told she did.
By
TBI.
Oh, that's interesting.
But then again, in my experience, from what I understood, they always tell everybody they pass.
Well, there you go. That's funny. That's
I'm
interesting.
sure it goes along with the investigation too. I mean, maybe it's, if it, whichever way whatever they're doing with their investigation, their answer will also kind of reflect. Because with polygraphs, it's not as much of like passing and failing. It's, if you show any sort of deception or inconsistencies, or if it's just seems good, like if you're following your baseline.
Right.
So yeah, you can pass a polygraph and for many different reasons. Seth, is it?
That's exactly it, Exotic. He would rather lie than just say he doesn't know the answer to a certain question. He has to be right all the time. He has to be in control at all moments. And so even if he doesn't know the answer, he's like, "What? No. He was told that she did pass, but that they tell he's saying, but they tell everybody that they passed, so he doesn't know." You're good. Some sanitation guys wear hats with small lights on them so they can see in the dark. They do here anyways. So that would make more sense. Is it two guys walking around with the trash truck? That makes sense. Thank you, Victoria, for pointing that out, because that could make sense. That would explain why the lights go and then the one looks like it runs back, because he might have been running back to the truck or jumping back on or whatever. That would make sense to me. But again, it's not the trash truck. Hi, Aries.
Fact that Katie installs home security systems, or is that false?
Yeah, she does.
And yet they claim they don't have one inside their house. I found that a little odd, but that's just me.
I'm law enforcement, so I don't have any guns.
Yeah, I bet. That's what I'm saying. I was talking about this yesterday. I said it's like somebody working at the chocolate factory and never having any chocolate. It's just like it doesn't make sense to me. What's that?
So that's different. I wasn't always in law enforcement.
But you always had chocolate? But
when I worked at Subway, I couldn't eat Subs. When I was a manager at Pizza Hut, I couldn't eat the pizza.
Just because you like it? I mean, you're talking to a Subway connoisseur here, and I've never worked at Subway, and I think the reason I haven't is because my whole paycheck would go to eating subs.
Yeah, I don't eat Subway since they put that metal thing up so you can't see the meat.
It's like they're like blocking it out. You don't want to see what you're about to eat. That's funny.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I could tell you some stories about what I've seen people do at Subway.
No, I'm good.
Like, I had a buddy.
Here we go.
Hey, man, I know you're good, but you're going to get this one.
All right.
And it was his old boss from another job. And he wasn't paying attention when he asked for the meatball sub. And my buddy, his name was John Parada. And I'm a hairy guy.
Wouldn't you see the truck lights? So I would think so, but maybe not, because this is supposed to be the back of their house and in that grassy area. The way we were understanding it. I don't know. I don't know. So the unusually heavier garbage that day was concerning. I don't know if that's valid or not. I may want to skip this part. Is it about to get gross? Oh no, they're talking about messing with food. Yeah, we'll skip that.
It's going to have to pay. I guess I can answer that. Can you ask if Katie was going to have to pay child support once Sebastian moved home with you? I think the answer to that would be typically yes. I mean,
except for I don't pay child support, so why would I ask her to?
Well, there you go. So the answer is no.
I don't pay child support now. We have a mutual agreement. If Sebastian needs something, he gets it.
Sure. Somebody said Jersey mics are way better. I've never had their subs either.
Exactly. Jersey Mike's. You can sit there and watch them as they grill the food, so you know what's going on it. There's nothing like a Philly cheesesteak with add bacon.
Jeanette said I ate Subway yesterday. Yeah, that's actually happened to me before. There was this we had this place called the China Buffet, and I just used to love that place.
I agree, Ringo. Gray Hughes, get on it. Where you at? You're slacking. Need a breakdown. You need to take the lights and do your Gray Hughesy thing. Make it light. We'll be able to see exactly what happened, who was walking there, and what was going on. Where I live in Tennessee, it's only one guy. He usually don't get out, and they don't run at 3 a.m. I know that the trash truck isn't allowed to run earlier than 6 a.m. in that neighborhood from what I was able to find because of quiet times and things like that. I think it was 6 a.m. And so that but then they're saying that the clock was wrong on the camera. That could make sense, that the clock was off. We've seen that in other cases where the time is not set accurately. I can honestly say that my cameras, I don't think I have the time set up. Yeah, he needs to use it up. Gross guy humor is not your cup of tea. If you guys are interested in hearing the full jokes, feel free to go to the 1 hour and 57-minute mark on the link pinned at the top of the channel here, at the top of the live. Um, that is the link to this video. So
Until I ate there one night and everything was fine. It was no big deal. And then the next day I woke up to read in the paper, like they got shut down for like tons of health violations. And I was like, I literally just ate there last night. And it was traumatizing.
hours of operation. Collection of residential refuse shall not start before 6 a.m. or continue after 8 p.m. or dark, whichever occurs first on the same day. That's what their trash company has out. So not before 6 a.m. and not after 8 p.m. But I'm going to say, I believe Seth whenever he says it. My point in questioning it is because why the heck did Chris tell us it was floodlights?
To be honest with you, it was just,
Hey, we want to look at Cat H.
okay. Cat H.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, probably. I've met my match a couple of times, but like the ball hair on the subs is, that's next level for sure.
Well, I can tell you one that I did.
Oh God, I don't think you want to put that out into the ether, dude.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, fine, do whatever you want.
All right. I worked at a place that he had on, which is the old cream pizza. And I'll tell you, ever had and ordered another one. Service with a smile, baby.
And he got you evicted.
Building to throw trash away in the alley. All right.
Let's see. Join the search for Sebastian tomorrow, 10:30 a.m.
That guy humor.
90 Volunteer Drive, Hendersonville, Tennessee. And that's where you guys will be meeting every day that you're having searches every day until you find Sebastian. Trevor, are you going to be out there?
Yeah, I'll be there tomorrow.
Trevor will be out there as well. No, there is something pinned, isn't there? I can see it says pinned by the lab. I did it. I know it. I did it.
I did it.
I did it. I promise.
He's proud of it, guys.
Yeah, well, not really, but
sorry, Michael Harrison.
What happened? What'd Michael say?
Please, no, Seth.
Oh, well, it's done and gone. I mean, it's the genie's out of the bottle. The Pandora doesn't go back in the box. So
nope.
There it is. All right, guys. Well, Seth, thanks for coming up, man. And I hope that everything starts to go smooth. It was really nice talking to you. You seem like a great guy, a great sense of humor, and I know I'm sure that shined through with Sebastian as well. You were probably always you're like me with my kids. I like to give them a little love, of the I'd tease them a little here and there, but the teasing came back tenfold. So it always backfired on me.
Thank you for having me on the show.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you. And
I think that people can help me with.
Awesome. Trevor, thank you, man. And we'll talk tomorrow as well.
All right, we'll talk to you guys later.
All right, Seth. Bye, Trevor.
All right, so that was 2 nights ago on the lab. This is from Fox and Friends yesterday.
So this morning, the search for a missing autistic teen gone for more than a month now.
Oh no, that's not
Growing
gonna
more
work for me. Hold on. Let me.
frantic. 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers has not been seen since he left his Tennessee bedroom barefoot with a flashlight. Joining us now, Sebastian's parents, Katie and Chris Proudfoot. Katie and Chris, thanks so much for joining the program this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
So, Miss Proudfoot, you put him to bed. You heard some noises in there. You told him to knock it off. You got up the next morning, and you haven't seen him since. Where do you think your son is right now?
So something I noticed right away in this interview, and I know it's hard to tell because this is a teeny tiny thing from TikTok. Katie is in a home or building of some sort, and Mr. Chris is still in his camper. I know. Gray can't even brighten up that video. I just give Gray credit for all of the amazing things that he can do normally, but I know he can't do it. He takes the overlay in the nighttime shop. It's not actually brightening up the video. To be fair, you have Ring cameras and they work, but you have an updated payment on the protection plan, so it doesn't save video. You only have live view.
Honestly, we don't know where he is. Up to now, we haven't found any substantial evidence to locate where he's been or where he went.
Our number one concern is to get Sebastian home back to y'all. We're going to put the number up for anyone that has any information on if you've seen Sebastian. You can call 1-800-TBI. That's the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. TBI Find. We'll put up the timeline. If you were in any of these areas, we hope that you'll reach out to the number. Katie and Chris, thanks so much for joining our program this morning.
That was it. Just a real quick blip. Just like minute.
All right,
Thank
now,
you so much
thank you
for
for
having
having
us.
us. Fox and
Sebastian's
Friends.
work.
we're praying for you guys. All right.
No real information given or anything like that. Just a quick blip. It's just yeah. Feisty Justine, as long as it is not gruesome or crude. You can post something in here, but if it swears and stuff like that, like don't. Yeah, so then here's this next one. This one is from Fox Nashville. This is also yesterday. This is with Seth. This is a 9-minute interview that he did with them. So again, I'll just audio boost it right off the bat.
More than a month since your son went missing. How are you feeling today?
Same as I was yesterday. Just continuing the search, continue looking. I'm not going to give up. Nobody can make me give up.
And where have you been searching? Where do you think he is?
I've been searching everywhere. I mean, anything out of that 5-mile radius that the initial search did, they covered everything there. But there's stuff elsewhere. I mean, we got a lot of territory to cover. And it being over a month, he could be anywhere currently. So I'm searching everywhere.
Now, this occurred after his meeting with TBI yesterday. So that was all that clip that you sent me. That was the link that you sent me. And then the other thing that you sent me on Discord yesterday wasn't a video about him. It was a video about Riley. So it had him on the picture and on the thumbnail, but it was not a video of him. So, and then that TikTok that you gave me, that was what I just played. It was only 1 minute. Yeah, his arm must be so painful. I know. But this is after his meeting with TBI, and so, in my opinion, like, he seems more hopeful between this and between the Dolly interview than he has so far.
Katie and Chris had a meeting with TBI today. Did you find out any new information?
Not that I can discuss.
Any progression that might show hope in this search?
Oh, I always have hope. Can't take that away from me.
And how confident are you that Sebastian is alive, and what do you think he's doing right now?
Pretty sure he's probably playing video games somewhere. Nobody's letting him, whoever's got him, they're not letting him see the regular news. They're not letting him surf the internet. Or else he'd know that I'm looking for him.
Whoever's got him. It's one of the first times we hear Seth really talk about, like, Sebastian being with someone.
And he'd know that he should actually be trying to get a hold of me. And that keeps me going.
Is there strong reason to believe he may have been abducted?
I don't know if he's been abducted or if he's just, over at a friend's house. Never know. But I'll know when I find him. I'll know exactly what has happened to him.
And other news outlets were reporting that there were lights seen in the backyard that were caught on camera by a neighbor's video. Is that true?
No. What that was a trash truck. Went through, picked up trash, and when it left, of course it went faster. It didn't have to stop to pick up trash. That's just false information provided by a particular person.
Did the dogs ever pick up a scent for Sebastian?
From my information that I've been given, no.
Did they find anything on Sebastian's cell phone that would...
Okay, no, feisty Justine, do not post the identity of his ex-wives into this chat. If that's what your question was about, do not post that information. We do not need to put those women's names out there. If people want to take the time to look up that information on themselves, they can feel free to do that, but it has absolutely nothing to do with Sebastian's disappearance. You guys might hate Chris and I don't necessarily like him either and think that he's all the things, but we do not need to dox out his entire history.
kind of show that he was going to run away or where he might be?
Not that I know of. He didn't have any internet access or anything on there. He'd have been able to call, text, take a picture, send a picture, use the calculator. That's about it.
Was Sebastian in school on Friday, the day before he went missing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you, Chris, or Katie, or any of you suspects in this case?
No, we're not.
Have you been cleared?
I don't know if the investigation is still ongoing. We wouldn't be cleared until the investigation is done. But currently, from my understanding, they don't have any information that would attach us to any wrongdoing.
CPS has gone to Katie's house before. You didn't know about that until this investigation. How does that make you feel?
That somebody somewhere dropped the ball because I was never informed. And I'm the biological father. I have joint physical custody. Somebody dropped the ball and didn't reach out and inform the father, which is me. And I don't understand why the state dropped the ball on that one.
And how did you find out about CPS?
Podcast.
And I mean, does that concern you, especially with this case, that they might have done something to cause him to run away?
I don't know what that really means, but I just know that I don't have all the information.
Is there an official timeline? And I know people, there was, we went to bed at this hour, but does TBI or anyone have an official timeline as to the series?
I'm pretty sure they do, but I'm not involved in the investigation, so I wouldn't have it.
Have the three of you been in contact every day like you were several weeks ago about this?
I was in contact with both Kitty and Chris today. But I've heard he said his phone is open and available. So is mine. You can leave a voicemail. Like 7 or 8 people have already left me voicemails today. I'm going. You know, I get people calling me while I'm on the phone, and it's like, I can't just sit there and answer the phone for everybody. If I did that, I probably wouldn't be able to get out of my house.
There's been a lot of criticism over this investigation. I'm sure you've received criticism as well as the Proudfoots. How does that make you feel in a time where you're just trying to find your son?
People are being.
Good morning, Angie. Yeah, the never informed him thing is kind of sketch. Yeah, some YouTubers. Well, some people consider it podcast. Some people consider it that. Yes, you can access internet apps via the Nintendo Switch. As far as his body language goes, I see somebody calling that out. Yeah, he has a shoulder injury, and he does this every time he's on camera. Period. Honestly, he's been out there walking around. I'm just gonna, and this is not meant to be insulting in any way, and so please don't take it that way. But he is a larger guy, and he likely does not do this much physical exercise or physical movements on a regular basis, especially since he has the injuries that he has in the past. And so chances are his body is probably extremely wore down from being out there walking around these different landscapes and different areas, and even just the up and down of going in and out of the house and going to these locations, and then the stress and things like that. You know, he's probably completely and totally physically drained, just physically just wiped out from all of this. And then you think about his shoulder injury and stuff like that on top of it. I can't even imagine. Can't even imagine. And this, to me, this is his way of standing there talking to her without continuously rolling his shoulders and things like that, you know? Right. He's been out there every day. He's burnout. He's busting his hiney trying to find Sebastian. You know? And so just think about that. Yeah, he's not eating, sleeping right. His son's missing. He's searching day in and out. The list goes on and on. There's a lot of reasons why at this point I don't think that we can look at his body language and be like, "Oh, he touched his head just like Chris Watts." Come on, guys. Seriously? I don't think that's a thing. I think it's just because he's just wiped out. Just wiped out.
Well,
At least
that
he's
goes
still
back to
talking
those
the news.
keyboard warriors I talked about on the first interview that you and I had. They're still at it. They'll never stop. There's cowards in this world, and then there's people who are go-getters. My feet, they're on the ground. They're never going to leave the ground. I'm going to find my son.
Plus, who knows what type of shoes he's wearing? Like, his whole body is probably just dude needs a spa day once Sebastian's home. Get himself a nice massage and just, like, you know, do whatever. I hope, if anything, maybe he told the United Cajun Navy, "Hey, look, there's no need for ground searches at this point because we think that he's at somebody's house." Yeah, he said he has a huge knot under his right scapula. Right. Yeah, he was accounted for at work. Exactly.
Period.
And plans, today on moving forward, any more resources being used on this investigation, or anything you have to say about that?
The United Cajun Navy is currently sitting down there right now at 90 Volunteer Drive in Hendersonville. 10:30. That's when volunteers need to show up. 10:30. Show up, have your ID, sign the paperwork, and they send people out in teams.
Now, sadly, they did cancel the search. I guess they're saying that they received death threats in person and online. I don't know. I don't know the legitimacy behind that. I just know that this is the third time that they have canceled this week, and that's disappointing.
When you show up, there ain't nobody there except for a couple people. That's because they've already sent teams out. they're just going to keep sending teams out until we find my son.
Have there been a lot of volunteers coming out to help find Sebastian?
Today there was, and I want to thank everybody who did come out. We are seeing an increase, and we're going to continue to see an increase. I'd like the whole state of Tennessee to volunteer, and then we'll hit other states.
And you're Sebastian's father. Tell me, what is Sebastian like?
He's a unique child. All right. It's really hard to describe my son. I mean, besides being unique, whether he's up to no good or he's up to good, he's just got that uniqueness about him. It's really hard to describe. I mean, he's my mini me. If he has a goal, he's going to accomplish that goal. You know, people at school, they liked him. All the kids are wanting to know when he's going to come back. They want to help and volunteer. Teachers are they're putting out prayers every day. You know, everybody, it's coming up. It's Easter. I'm hoping for an Easter miracle. You know, I could definitely use it in my life right now.
And why did they search the landfill?
I have no idea. They didn't. Not part of the investigation. They're not going to tell me stuff. I am emotionally attached, as any parent should be.
And how often do you meet with TBI?
If I call them all the time. Call, text, hey, any new news? They either let me know or they let me know.
Are you happy with the work that all these agencies have done, or do you think there needs to be more?
There could probably always be more. We just got to figure out what more is necessary. Am I happy with them? I'm not unhappy. But you asked me that after my son's back, and it's going to be, I'm happy. All right? Because in law enforcement, it's always goal oriented. You know? Go to work, put a smile on your face, get the job done. I know that they're putting their effort, 150% effort into this. And I appreciate that. And I'm hoping it will pay off with fruition.
Do you think Katie and Chris are suspects?
I have no idea.
Sebastian's been missing for more than a month now. What keeps you getting up every morning, going out and searching for him?
This question to me is like, really? Like, what keeps you going out searching for your missing son? I'm gonna assume that it's the fact that he is still missing. I'm just saying. Of all questions, I'm gonna assume it's the fact that he's still not been found. Yeah, their divorce was not final until 2020. Notice he shakes his head no when he says that. When he says which part, Victoria?
Being a dad, having perseverance, wanting him to come home, wanting to watch him finish growing up.
Do you wear this every day? Talk to me about this shirt.
This right here is my own billboard to find my son. People notice people. People know.
There's been no proof of that, feisty Justine. As far as him being due to testify and things like that. He doesn't know he doesn't know if Chris and Mom are involved in this, right? And he shakes his head no. Let me go back.
There could probably always be more. We just got to figure out what more is necessary. I call them all the time. Call, text, hey, any new news? They either let me know or they let me know.
Are you happy with the work that all these agencies have done, or do you think there needs to be more?
There could probably always be more. We just got to figure out what more is necessary. Am I happy with them? I'm not unhappy. But you asked me that after my son's back, and it's going to be, I'm happy. All right? Because in in law enforcement, it's always goal oriented, you know.
I mean, that's fine, Feisty Justine, but don't post stuff that there's no proof of. I mean, I've been sent hundreds of messages about this case. What if I were to just start telling you guys every message that was sent to me? It just seems kind of silly, right? We're here looking for where the truth could possibly lie in this situation and where the facts are in this case. You know, trying to look and see where the facts are. Um, you know, some of the stuff, like, there's no factual basis. It's internet speculations and it's rumors and it's things that have spun completely out of control because anonymous posters on Facebook are putting it out. And I'm sorry, but anybody who is posting information under anonymous, how are we supposed to believe any of it is true? Because any YouTube creator could go to any Facebook page, hit anonymous, and post what they want and then cover it later on their channel. Any single one of us could go and we could be like, look at what the neighbor said. Especially if it's a Facebook group that you're adminning. Look at what was said by the neighbors. Look at what was said by whatever. You know what I mean? And it's an anonymous post on Facebook. It could literally be that YouTube creator posting it. It could literally be rumors that were started that way and then sent to each different person. So you gotta you gotta be extremely careful with stuff that is not backed up with factual information. You know, we can have our speculations and we can have things like that, but we always try to speculate based off of the facts in the cases, not based off of hoopla.
Go to work, put a smile on your face, get the job done. I know that they're putting their effort, 150% effort into this, and I appreciate that, and I'm hoping it will pay off with fruition.
Do you think Katie and Chris are suspects?
I have no idea.
He shook his head no. I see what you guys are saying. Yeah, I'm not being ugly. I do. I try very hard to stay factual. I mean, listen, we can sit here and say whatever, you know? And you guys are free to have your own opinions, but just don't post it as fact. You know, you can come out here and tell me every day that you think that Chris and Katie killed him and that they, you know, hid his body in the heavy trash can. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care. You can have your thoughts, you can have your feelings, you can have your speculations. Um, but don't post it as if it's fact. You know, make sure you're saying, I think, or rumor has it. You know what I mean? Like, make sure that it's not being put out as if it's something truthful. Because what happens is people screenshot that and be like, look what was put in Sleuth Mom's chat. And if I don't catch it and don't see it and don't address it, and then it gets spun around the internet with my name tied to it because it was in Sleuth Mom's chat. Yeah. Well, I thought that it was going to be something relevant or factual to the case. I said, yeah, don't post any names. Yeah, I don't know. It's good. It's cool, Vicey Justine. You know, come in and give your opinions and your thoughts and stuff like that. But yeah, if there's pertinent information that you think that I need, please feel free to shoot me an email and I can look through it and see if it's stuff that can be factual or backed up by facts or something along those lines, which there isn't much. Don't get me wrong. There isn't much in this case that can be backed up by facts. But, you know, let's not, you know, put a bunch of random crap out there. But yeah, he definitely shakes his head no as far as his opinion. Does he believe that they're suspects? Um, I think that this is probably it's interesting to me because of the fact that he just had this meeting with TBI and now he's like, you know, he doesn't think they could be suspect. And I think up until this point, he hasn't known. He hasn't known what to think because he never saw proof of life until yesterday. And so I'm glad that they were able to give him that ease to know that there's proof of life now.
Sebastian's been missing for more than a month now. What keeps you getting up every morning, going out and searching for him?
Being a dad, having perseverance,
Thank you, Ringo, for
wanting him to
saying
come
I
home,
think before you typed that.
wanting to watch him finish growing up.
Do you wear this every day? Talk to me about this shirt.
This right here is my own billboard to find my son. People notice people. People notice what people are wearing. So I am a walking handout. I have these in my car.
How do you select that photo? It's so cute.
Because it's cute. It's got a smile. It's the last picture I took of him.
Well, good, Jordan. I'm glad that I can entertain you. Let me see what we got going yet. Let me show you guys this before we go into Dolly Vision's interview with Seth last night. This is from WSMV4. It says TBI deputies hold meeting with Sebastian Rogers' biological parents. I'm just going to read down through it. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation and investigators with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office held a meeting with the biological parents of Sebastian Rogers on Thursday. Sumner County Sheriff Sonny Weatherford confirms WSM V4 that the meeting occurred but did not reveal any details on why the meeting happened or who was the lead during the meeting. Like, seriously. Just tell us something. Rogers, who is 15 years old and has autism, has been missing since February 26th. On March 8th, authorities searched a Kentucky landfill for evidence related to Sebastian's appearance, but no leads or evidence pertaining to Rogers' whereabouts were discovered during the operation. The decision to search the landfill was in accordance with ongoing investigative efforts and information gathered in the search for Rogers. An Amber Alert was issued on behalf of Sebastian. The TBI has said there is nothing that points to foul play. Let's say this again. There is nothing that points to foul play. Okay, let me read that one more time. There is nothing that points to foul play in Sebastian's disappearance. But this is the part that gets you, though. There's also nothing that has ruled out foul play. And this is why we are in this state of confusion, because this is the statement that they're telling us. There is nothing that points to foul play. And then in the next breath, they're saying, but also nothing has rolled out foul play. We have to know something. We do know what the proof of life was. It was a video from Texas Roadhouse. He confirms that last night on Dolly, which we are getting ready to watch. We don't have to be in this state of confusion. They just need to start updating the public with factual information. Would be fantastic. It's just likely not going to happen. Oh, here we go. Here's the full interview from
Joining the program this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us. So, Ms. Proudfoot,
this one's 2 minutes and 41 seconds. So we'll see what this one says. So this is a minute 30 longer than the other one.
Chris Proudfoot. Katie and Chris, thanks so much for joining the program this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us. So, Ms. Proudfoot, you put him to bed. You heard some noises in there. You told him to knock it off. You got up the next morning, and you haven't seen him since. Where do you think your son is right now?
Honestly, we don't know where he is, but now we haven't found any substantial evidence to locate where he's been or where he went. That's why we're pleading for help for anyone out there that might know something or see something that could help us find him.
Ms. Proudfoot, was Sebastian a runner? Did he have a history of running away from school or running away from home anytime before?
No, he didn't have a history of running.
Mr. Proudfoot, you're about, I think, 3 hours away. And then you got the call about what happened and you made your way home. You've agreed to a polygraph. You haven't been ruled as a suspect. What do you make of some of the criticism of some people online, some critics saying that they think that you're involved?
It's their personal opinion. It's sad that people have resulted to this kind of rhetoric and verbiage and harassment. But, at the end of the day, it's their opinion. But the truth will come out. And then when it does, everybody will finally have their answers.
Ms. Prophet, did your son Sebastian have any friends that you think? Did he have a cell phone? Had he made any type of contact?
All of his shoes have been accounted for. As far as know, all of our shoes have been accounted for, mine and my wife's at this point. So, there is no other answer as to what he would have been wearing at this point.
Yeah. Thank y'all so much for joining us on the program today. Our number one concern is to get Sebastian home back to y'all. We're going to put the number up for anyone that has any information on, if you've seen Sebastian, you can call 1-800-TBI. That's the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, TBI Find. We'll put up the timeline. If you were in any of these areas, we hope that you'll reach out to the number. Katie and Chris, thanks so much for joining our program this morning. You told him to knock it off. You got up the next morning and you haven't seen him since. Where do you think your son is right now?
Honestly, we don't know where he is, but now we haven't found any substantial evidence to locate where he's been or where he went. That's why we're pleading for help for anyone out there that might know something or see something that could help us find him.
Ms. Crawford, was Sebastian a runner? Did he have a history of running away from school or running away from home anytime before?
No, he didn't have a history of running.
Mr. Crawford, you're about, I think, 3 hours.
Look, Seal, you ain't even kidding. The shoes are like the rock he is gonna die on because he was all about protecting the fact that the door lock was a coded keypad, and now it's the shoes since the door lock has been revealed. It's just ridiculous. The stupid stuff that he wants to be secretive about. Like, come on.
Hours away, and then you got the call about what happened.
Wait, Katie's voice is that same weird monotone voice that Stefan Stearns used in his interview. Austin D, I'm going to say the same thing that I said about Seth, honestly. At this point, I don't think that analyzing their body language and their tones and different things like that is going to be accurate. Maybe right after things would have occurred. But at this point, she may be medicated. She may be exhausted just as much. They're up worried about death threats and worried about people following them and putting air tags on their vehicles and all of the things on top of the fact that they are getting, they have a missing child. You know what I mean? And on top of the fact that he's missing. Yeah, the shoes have a life of their own. For real. Yes, the door lock was revealed. So was it locked when Katie discovered him missing? So she had said that in one of the first interviews, and it was very strange. And everybody was like, did he have his key? Did he lock the door after he went outside? And instead of just answering the question saying, well, the door locks automatically because it's a keypad lock, they made it all secretive, like, well, his keys in his room and stuff like that. And it's like, just tell us that the door locks automatically. Just tell us that. It didn't have to be some mysterious thing. Just tell us that he has a code to get in and out if he wanted to. But so it is a keypad. It was confirmed. Well, you can set it to lock automatically or not. Like, I know that the one that we have, it locks automatically because we leave it set like that during, especially like whenever we're going to be not home or in the evenings or whatever. Everybody just uses the code to get in and out. Yeah, your old door did. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, thinking of the right thing to say again instead of the truth. I mean, and if they don't have something to say that isn't just the answer, then it's part of the investigation. It's part of the investigation.
Happening, you made your way home. You've agreed to a polygraph. You haven't been ruled as a suspect. What do you make of some of the criticism of some people online, some critics saying that they think that you were involved?
It's their personal opinion. It's sad that people have resulted to this.
And I totally get what you're saying, BC, but whenever they were asked about the fact that it locked and things like that, then they went on to say that the door was locked. Then they went on to say about his key being in his room, and it just made it that much more uncomfortable. Like, how did he disappear outside with the door locked? Right? How did he lock the door if he didn't have his key? And it became part of the conspiracy theories about how and why he ended up outside and things like that. And so that's something to keep in mind, because we have Peter Hyatt still speculating. Oh, where'd it go? About the door lock. Still posting about different things that have to do with the door, because of the words that they used, because of the things that they said. And so, a lot of the chaos and confusion, people listen to Peter Hyatt. He is right on, gosh, a large percentage of his cases. I would say that he is probably wrong very minimally. And so him analyzing stuff and saying that he believes that this is how he's reading it, and this is why he's reading it that way and things like that, it's a big deal. And it goes based off of all of these different things that they're saying. We'll take a look at some of his most recent statements too, real quick.
Kind of rhetoric and verbiage and harassment, but at the end of the day, it's their opinion. But the truth will come out, and then when it does, everybody will finally have their answers.
Ms. Prophet, did your son Sebastian have any friends that you think? Did he have a cell phone? Had he made any type of contact?
All of his shoes have been accounted for.
Mm-hmm.
As far as know, all of our shoes have been accounted for, mine and my wife's at this point. So, I mean, there is no other answer as to what he would have been wearing at this point.
Yeah. Thank y'all so much for joining us on the program today. Our number one concern is to get Sebastian home back to y'all. We're going to put the number up for anyone that has any information on, if you've seen Sebastian, you can call 1-800-TBI. That's the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. TBI Find. We'll put up the timeline. If you were in any of these areas, we hope that you'll reach out to the number. Katie and Chris, thanks so much for joining our program this morning.
So we'll take a couple look at these before we go into Dolly Vision's interview with Seth. So Peter Hyatt, this one is from March 27th. So that's 2 days ago. What's his actual thing? Deception detection instructor. He does seminars for law enforcement, intelligence, military and business employment analysis, and anonymous author identification. He has come through and done statement analysis on people like Letitia Stauch, I think would be the most prevalent one that you guys would remember. And he talks about things like that. And so he has been making videos about Sebastian Rogers and talking about the different statements and the interviews and things like that. And so let me try to get to the beginning, and we'll read down through his different Twitter posts. And so keep in mind that these are his opinions based off of things that he has seen, not mine, and nor do I necessarily agree with everything that he says. But this is based off of things that he has said, right? The language of abuse. He'll do an interview to get his stepson's name out there, but not if it's monetized. Control takes priority over Sebastian Rogers. It's one of the things that he says. I'm trying to go back to the beginning of when he first started posting about Sebastian. And we'll read like what he says as things go up through. But you want to talk about like how things get dictated online and opinions and things like that. You have somebody who has respect in the true crime community saying huge red flags in the interview with Sebastian Rogers and stepdad, mom and stepdad. And then he says he posted the behavioral panel. Then he said on this one, reviewing transcripts from mother and stepfather's call into a podcast, my thoughts. Number one, his behaviors precipitated him going out the door. This is drawn from repeated mentions of discipline, good days, I love you, mama, normal, actually a very good weekend, fight, understandable, and the context from which this comes. Special needs son is missing for an extended period of time. He had his struggles with doing basic, simple things, and I mean, it was a constant reminder, a constant this, and all three parents have been extremely positive and constantly trying to get him like, hey, we've got to do this, bud. We got to do that, was said by the stepfather. Number two, mother and stepfather are withholding information, likely from their responses to his behaviors, perhaps an argument or an altercation that led to him going out the door, which they have repeated. It is unknown if they revealed this information to police. Number three, his behaviors and their method of discipline were likely discussed in that lengthy phone call until midnight. Mom said she fell asleep on the couch location earlier. The interview, number four, the interview in places influenced by the interviewer. Questions should be short and subjects permitted to freely speak for themselves. So there he's saying like, the person who was doing the interview was leading them into their answers. And you do see that in a lot of these channels, like on Duchess or Smiley or whatever. They try to fill in part of the answer for them so that they can give the rest of the answer. So it says stepfather continues to show sensitivity about his own reputation while not talking about what Sebastian may be experiencing while missing. Who locked the door? ? Was there a delay in calling 911 if he went out the door in anger? Did mother and stepfather on the phone let him walk out emotionally to collect himself, maybe to teach him a lesson? Experience a consequence, no shoes, fear of bugs, etc. If so, what was his demeanor at that time? His autism delayed emotional development, and the onset of puberty could be very challenging and present unique behavioral issues. If it was them being strict, did they tell police? All three parents mention behaviors while Sebastian is missing. This means that his behaviors were significant and related to his status of missing. The context isn't nostalgia, but extremity. The stepfather is defensive. And so this is what I mean. Peter Hyatt, you don't know about him, but that's very interesting. Yeah. And so this is something that people can look to this, and these are getting posted in the Facebook groups. Like, well, look at what he's saying about the step parents. Look at what he's saying about them. Yeah, she did Letitia too. Stepfather is defensive. And it's hard for a lot of folks. I mean, I will be honest and say this out loud. I have a custody case that is currently going on in another state, which has been brought to the public light because people feel that they want to judge and think that they understand what's currently going on, and they don't. Because of that, I'm being looked at in a very foul way. I don't need to repeat anything that's being said, but this is sensitive to him, while Sebastian, who would struggle just to survive alone, is still missing. What might Sebastian be going through? There are more questions than answers in this case. So that was from March 15th. Sebastian could have had online contact with others from his father's home while playing games. Father and stepfathers can form a competitive atmosphere in attempts to win over a child caught in the middle. He also could have figured out how to use his phone from his mother's house. If Sebastian walked out the door, he could have met someone or two people with flashlights after contacting. It is for now a mystery. So then we go to the next post. March 17th. Hypothesis. The withheld information from the mother is about a significant argument or altercation due to an autistic behavior, perhaps associated with puberty. I've been saying since the very beginning that I felt like that there was some type of argument that they were lying about. I've repeated that I don't know how many times. Yeah, it's amazing. After watching many missing person murder cases, it's amazing how many creepy people get coverage, but most of them end up not involved. I agree. See, what's being ignored here is the fact that social media is the one spreading false information, speculations, etc. Remember, it could be one of us in social media would be doing this to us too, right? Absolutely. But at the same time, he's taking direct statements from their interviews and analyzing them. But I agree, this could happen in every single one of your families. Every single one of your communities could have something like this happen. And would you want every skeleton in your closet exposed? Mom called stepdad, who either put Sebastian out without shoes or demanded mom to call his bluff if Sebastian threatened to leave. Locked the door. Mom fell asleep. Explore for alcohol, drugs, RX. Woke up to panic that he didn't return. I think she locked the door, not Sebastian. They talked, but this all is tying back to the key. This is why the key plays such an important role. The fact that it's a coded lock. That information wasn't given until just recently, and a lot of his theories have to do with the key. Have to do with the fact that that stupid door was locked. They talked for hours and decided to go on, went to wake him up at 6 a.m. for school. The I love you mom inclusion in her story is portrayal that she wants to be viewed as a good mom, which signals guilt. Stepfather is very distant, avoids Sebastian's name given the status of the missing. This is most unexpected. Mother uses we and us repeatedly, which due to the extremity of the context of missing and it is unexpected. Maternal instincts is powerful, expected as as that instinct takes over. The need to share is normal in step parenting language, but is not normal under this extremity. Stepfather is highly defensive and avoided Sebastian's name. I don't think it was a good relationship. Now that he is speaking out more, the priority remains on defending himself. This isn't normal. This may explain why no be on the lookout description from them was immediate, as well as the waiting a week to break their silence. Expected. Parents immediately give a physical description, including specific behaviors of their special needs child, and they didn't. As to the polygraph, it's important to know which questions were posed. Do you know where Sebastian is? Did you harm Sebastian? Instead, using the subject's own language, I'd focus on that afternoon through the night before reporting him missing. If this hypothesis is accurate, it indicates that there was not intent to harm him. In the language is guilt, but it's not in a vacuum. It's coupled with distinct language that it is not ordinary guilt. Both mother and stepfather have a need to persuade that it was all rosy. This signals that it wasn't. If Sebastian is alive, mother and stepfather may have concern as to what he'll say. Was he afraid of the stepfather? Was the stepfather capable of handling behaviors, or was he abusive? Did his mother lock him out? I believe they dealt with very difficult behaviors, and the social isolation may have been beyond their control as behavioral issues were the cause. Some parents may have not wanted their children with Sebastian at his home. Consider the stepfather's statement about the friends who would be present when Sebastian comes home. The public statement to him, asked by the first interviewer, "You're not in any trouble," suggests, along with the portrayal of how great that night was, that there was significant trouble. Something something was before Sebastian going out the door, and this is emphasized by the mother and stepfather, may indicate that they know this to be true, rather than just believing that he walked out the door. They are not truthful in what happened to cause him to leave. I mean, this is all stuff that I have already been thinking. This is the first time I'm actually reading down through everything, but that there was something going on beforehand. And they just didn't want people to know that they were crappy parents or not getting along as a family. And like I said yesterday, would you want to tell the whole world that your family was constantly fighting or that there was issues? Probably not. Especially if you're as worried as Chris is about protecting his what you call it? Protecting his appearance. You have a lot of skeletons in your closet. You pull them out every October and use them as yard decor. There you go. This kind of stuff is weird. It amounts to true crime fan fiction for you. You mean like Peter Hyatt's statements? You wonder if mom filled... I have no idea. It's a good question. Good question. Yeah, it's not everyone on social media doing it. I don't think that you mean everyone. I think that we all say stuff like we all. See? We all use it inclusive statements a lot of times. People do that, but it doesn't mean that we're literally talking about every single person. Right? There is a split. There is a very big divide in how cases are covered, how cases are talked about, how things are discussed, the type of opinions people have, and it's all unique to each and every single person. So in their broken silence media interview, the stepfather and mother used coordinated language. This suggests a delay in reporting him missing, likely discussed in the lengthy phone call. In the recent live stream, it's the same. Both know why Sebastian needed to get away from the home. They both knew why, in his opinion, that Sebastian would have run away. So what's this one say? Was he a violent kid? No. Chris Lightfoot? I think he's supposed to say Proudfoot. Does stepfather no longer believe Sebastian is alive? Oh, was he a violent... So he's calling out the past tense. Does he think he's no longer alive at 2 weeks? He says this was a rhetorical question posed by stepfather. It did not come from the interviewer nor the audience. Audience member asked about meltdowns and a word stepfather used previously, and it was stepfather that posed this question in his own wording. Proudfoot. He definitely said Lightfoot. That was funny. Mother adds a new detail in the case. This is March 19th. I think stepfather controls what she says. I mean, guys, this is all stuff that we have been talking about. He readily speaks of how he is misunderstood, but not about what Sebastian is going through while missing. Stepfather speaks as though he is the victim. I continue to think that he created an abusive environment of which Sebastian wanted to get away from. No, he was not homeschooled exotic. He went to school not too far from his house. March 19th, stepfather can speak for 2 hours on how misunderstood he is, how great a parent he was, and how strict he was, but not on what Sebastian might be experiencing. This coldness is seen in how he avoided using Sebastian's name. So he's watching all the interviews now. Because that was one of the things that I had an issue with whenever he did his first video. He only watched a very small portion of a clipped interview, and a lot of the stuff that he said was, like, completely off. Yeah, so many of the experts are behind with the times and with debunked info. I agree. Like, that was one of the things that whenever he did his first video, I was like, seriously, like, that's not even correct. You feel like all that what is being said here is close to what happened. Yeah, maybe. Proudfoot's sister said that Sebastian was an angry kid and that she witnessed him calling mom a B word. See, I didn't see that. That's sad. That's sad. We don't know peace and happiness. We don't know if there is footage or not. TBI has not told us anything. Paternal grandmother should have been interviewed by police and child protective weeks ago as standard procedure. So he calls that out. Mhm. In a missing child's case, Child Protective Services investigates to learn if the child, when found, is safe to return to the home from which he or she went missing. The victim, siblings, parents, step-parents, grandparents, partners, aunts, uncles, teachers, pediatricians, neighbors, and so on are all interviewed. When a special needs child goes missing, a door locked, no shoes, etc., they must determine if the home environment caused the child to leave. Again, the door lock is called out. That's the point of looking at these right now. It's such a big piece in this story that they just revealed on Nancy Grace. But Seth had revealed shortly before Nancy Grace that it was a coded lock, but it was not something that was public knowledge. It was something that was weird. Even in a kidnapping, the home is investigated to make sure neglect, substance abuse, etc. did not contribute to the kidnapping. Drugs, for example, can invite criminal elements to the home. Hashtag Summer Wells. Excessive discipline, psychological abuse, sexual abuse, unrealistic expectations, and other elements are examined. A child's incontinence in one home but not the other is concerning. Sebastian Rogers' paternal grandmother, along with many others, should be investigated. This isn't an ordinary teen, and this is not an ordinary runaway. The investigation is coordinated with law enforcement and must be thorough. The language of abuse. He'll do an interview to get his stepson's name out there, but not if it's monetized. What is he? Oh, he took his video down. That just leads to his video. Will mother and stepfather face charges? My only guess is hashtag Sebastian Rogers is able to report what happened. I think this ends as a runaway case without criminal charges. However, Child Protective Services may end up having an indication or substantiation of abuse, which would give protection to the child in New Mexico. CPS, he can be taken into custody. The more stepfather and mother speak, the more I'm convinced I've become that they've put Sebastian out barefoot as punishment. Hence the first week's silence, and now the rehab our reputation speaking tour. Mm-hmm. It's not about him. Here we are. The language of Mr. Chris, here he is referring to him as Mr. Chris now, shifted from subtle blaming of Sebastian to over blaming the victim. Chris Pridefoot's Pridefoot, he changes his name every time. Belligerent language indicates an enjoyment of confrontations. It's what Sebastian had to face in his young life. I could see that. I could see Chris enjoying going back and forth with people and being confrontational. When a subject explains why in an answer to a what happened question, if no explanation is necessary, it is deemed sensitive to the subject. If the subject doubles the answer why unnecessarily, the analyst investigator should consider that the topic is now very sensitive. There is a need to preempt coming questions that may not have even been considered had it not been for this elevated sensitivity. The analysis investigator should now seek an alternative reason why something has happened or was done. There's likely another reason. Sebastian went outside to take the garbage. 2 is to give the reason why he went outside. It's likely that an interviewer would not ask why a 15-year-old boy went outside, but that's not what the mother said. She said he went outside to, number 1, take out the garbage because it was his chore. This is a point of great sensitivity about going out while they were attempting to explain how their 15-year-old disappeared walking out the door. Shut up, Ringo. Allegedly. You better allegedly. Therefore, doubling the unnecessary information, we look for an alternative reason that put Sebastian outside the house on that fateful night. We wouldn't have thought to ask, was this his chore? Without training, we'd never ask that question. This indicates missing, withheld information, and it is likely a different reason that he went out the door that the mother does not want to reveal. This is routine in criminal analysis, and it reveals motives. Context. The mother's language while being interviewed about her missing son. No one would have thought to say, "Hey, did Sebastian take the garbage out?" Stepfather jumped in to talk about the distance of the driveway. This matters? Question mark. It does to him. Seemingly utterly useless information to the audience who might think, what does this have to do with his disappearance? Yet it's on the minds of both the mother and the stepfather. Location outside by Sebastian is important to them. It only appears unrelated to the audience. They are concealing, the true reason Sebastian was outside of the house as it was taking out the garbage that caused him to go missing. They are coordinated in their withholding of the real reason. What the mind worries about causes the brain to attempt to conceal, but the words reveal even that which we do not want to disclose. Recall Kate McCann in talking about her missing daughter, recalling an activity that included Kate putting something in Madeline's mouth. Of all the things these mothers could remember and state, they chose sensitive topics while the victims were missing. It was on each's mind at the time of the critical interviewing distress. In Madeline McCann, they may have been giving something orally to make her sleep while the parents left to go to a dinner party. Kate Proudfoot may have locked Sebastian outside barefoot, knowing he had childhood trauma over being barefoot outside to punish him. Did Mr. Chris say that this would make a man of him? Neither household intended death. Both gave indications of deception. Both made interviews about themselves rather than about the victims, revealing priority. It is interesting. I agree. Seth claims all his online games he knows personally too, right? What am I looking at 3 hours and 37 minutes? Too many went to get child up for school. Next morning, they were gone stories. Yeah. If Sebastian is found alive, will he be taken by CPS immediately? So typically what happens is these children, when these teenagers, whenever they go missing, depending on the state, it could be different in each state, but I know that they are questioned and interviewed for a time period with police and CPS prior to being returned back to their families. For example, I think it took Kaylee Jones 3 or 4 days before she was allowed to be picked up by her parents. Just because they do ask them questions. They do take the time to look into what happened to them in case there is criminal charges that need to be filed against someone, but also in case there is an unsafe environment that they decided to run from. Yeah, it is. It's a different way of looking at things. It's interesting, right? And so this guy, like, my point of view does not necessarily line up with his, but it is interesting because he's a professional. He works with law enforcement agencies and stuff. They do. They need to do a press conference. Right? You listen closely to all parties. People do lie. We all do sometimes, right? For example, I told Ringo welcome earlier. That was a lie. He's not welcome here with all of his woman bashing. You find it interesting Chris couldn't answer Nancy Grace when he asked if he came home. That whole segment was very wishy-washy. He's like, he made it sound like, I can't talk about the dates that I was there, blah, blah, blah. Why would we care about the dates that you were home in January or whenever? Like, he did it weird. The whole situation was just weird. Well, little crybaby Wingo. Little crybaby Wingo. Somebody get him his burger. Katie Pridefoot put Sebastian out barefoot. It was an especially cruel act, knowing what he experienced when he was younger. See, so he just is on this, right? In listening to the expanded story by Katie Proudfoot, particularly when she had previously signaled scripted language, I believe they significantly delayed the calling of the sheriff's department. So he's thinking whatever happened happened the night before, it sounds like. He's adorable. My view, mother and stepdad put Sebastian Rogers outside barefoot as punishment or to call his bluff to run away after an altercation and lock the door. Now upset, he either had an accident in water, cave elements, or met foul play by being picked up by a stranger. Unless under duress, he wouldn't have left without his shoes. Mother and stepfather's repeated insistence that he walked out the door was something that they wouldn't budge from. They know. Chris changing story is likely due to avoidance guilt. He is acutely aware of social media. He regularly minimizes CPS involvement while touted what a great parent he was. I think they were up all night, long phone calls, scared that the 6 a.m. wake up for school account is artificial. Without Sebastian to testify, they are unlikely to face charges. Stepfather's ability to talk about himself for hours without concern for Sebastian unprompted, and his bellicose language gives us insight into his negative relationship with Sebastian and what life was like for Sebastian. They didn't indicate guilty knowledge of death nor of his location. They withheld information about what happened to Sebastian that led to him being outside the door. So he's saying here, they don't seem like they killed him or that they know where he is, but they are responsible for him being gone. That was on March 27th. The use of our son in analysis generally is the language of a step-parent divorcing, fostering, adoption, etc. It is to share ownership of a child. At times it's normally inappropriately used. This use of our versus mine is dependent upon the greater and lesser context. Missing child is the greater context. The lesser context is found within the details of the interview or statement. A mother's experience begins with pregnancy and then the birth. The hormonal activity etches upon the memory, which results in sensory language. Solomon highlighted this perfectly in solving a case. Memory may be reawakened and heightened when the child is outside her realm of protection. Mothers of kids who go away to college may mildly experience this, yet they can be comforted by a quick phone call with the child. With a missing child, there is no such comfort. Therefore, the language will change, indicating a new, unique, and intrusive reality. This isn't vicarious experience of a horror movie. It is to live the horror. The same memory imprinting from hormonal activity takes place when a mother recalls the last words between her and her missing son. These words are unforgettable. As they are dwelling upon night and day, the words haunt and may bring nightmares and night terrors as the mother is earnest to nurture and protect her missing child. For Katie Proudfoot, this account of her last communication with Sebastian has changed, just as other details have been added. This is why I called their initial interview coordinated language. This principle in analysis is nuanced by the easily misunderstood, but in context, other than initial statements of introduction and specific joint activity, it is so intensely personal and flowing from a mother's instinct and experiences that when the lesser context is where the missing child's status is in doubt, mothers may instinctively take ownership like a mother bear and say, "My son." This is where concern for what the child is experiencing, vulnerability, tears tears at the mother's heart, and he is now my son. Missing, he needs her, the mother. He's mine, and he is his mother's care, and this is the expectation from a mother. 4 uses of are, but many uses of my. This is something we've heard repeatedly from Seth, Sebastian's father. It's from anger and instinctual frustration, being incapable of being a protector while he can't find his son. Singular possession should dominate the mother's language. The repeated use of are by a mother of a missing child outside of basic introductory statements or descriptions of joint events is psychological distancing language. Guilt does that. Someone locked the door on a vulnerable special needs child. Again, this is his opinions based off of language analysis as to what happened that night with Sebastian. Parental instinct. My grown son had COVID. I went to him with homemade bone broth, soup, our prized RX. It was the natural and habitual thing for me to do. I saw him and still see him as my little boy. When he was little and sick, I went towards him, not away from him. I held him, I did not distance from him. To my perspective, he was in need of a hug, encouraging words, nutrition, just as any other time in his life. As a boy, he fell. I put a Band-Aid on him. When he was hungry, I fed him. When he is frightened, I comforted him. As an adult with a respiratory infection, he was not suddenly to be isolated because elected officials and bureaucrats said so. He wasn't a disease vector, nor were we hiding our faces behind masks. We wanted to do nothing to do with the political theater. I went to him as I always had. He was fine. He had a bad cold. He didn't need me, but I couldn't shut off the fatherly instinct of believing that he did. I had fretted over what the national hysteria may have done to him. Seeing him not impacted by the madness was a comfort for me. Consider parental instinct when a child is sick, and then multiplied, seemingly without measure when a child is missing. The priority reveals itself in the language. What must the parents be experiencing? This is why most all will care little for what the public thinks of them, caring only for their child, searching and broadcasting the child's face. They may politely answer a question about themselves, but their words reveal their priority, which is the child. When the parent and parents do not show care for the child, the public takes notice. Something is wrong. Imagine what Seth Rogers and Sebastian Rogers' grandmother, Robin, are experiencing in their inability to see, hug, comfort, and protect Sebastian. They hear the changing accounts, the endless boastings by a man of anger on his fifth marriage, dispensing marital and parental advice, who had been cast upon Sebastian. He talks for hours about himself and how he's the victim, not Sebastian. Listen to the language of the interviews. The difference is stark. This isn't people being a big bully. This is a language expert telling us the red flags in this case. And it's sad. It's sad, but I thought that was interesting. But again, the door locks, some of the stuff that they don't answer, and the way that they focus on such ridiculous details that nobody needs to know about. I don't need to know about your third marriage or I don't care. Tell me about Sebastian. What happened that day with Sebastian? Like you said, the difference between Seth's interviews and Chris's, it's startling. So here's Dolly Vision. He had the interview. He had an interview last night.
Yep.
So this is how he actually uploaded it separately. Thank you so much, Dolly Vision, for that. He has this interview with Seth, and I'm going to share that one next. This is the last interview that we have to watch.
Gotcha.
At least somebody does.
Okay, what is going on, Seth?
Just tired, exhausted.
Okay. Now I know you met. Okay, what is going on, Seth? I know you had a meeting with the TBI and stuff today.
Exhausted.
Okay. Right. Now I know you met. Okay, what is going on, Seth? The internet works fast, Seth. Word gets around. These internet streets, it's quick.
I miss dial-up days.
There you go. AOL. I watched a little bit of you and Josh last night. Josh, a good dude.
I saw you in chat, man.
Yeah.
I left your chat and because you were in your hotel room getting off.
Yeah.
Getting off the internet.
Let me ask you this. Was there anything positive come out of the day?
I found positivity in it.
That's all. That's good. Then that's it. That's what I think. I know you can't go into it too much. So, how's the searching going?
You what?
Y'all gonna be searching again tomorrow, 10:30? Is that what you said?
Right now, that's kind of up in the air. I don't know what they're planning on me tomorrow. I'm Roman Catholic, and it's Good Friday.
Oh, okay.
It's time to go commune with the Lord. Maybe He will give me what I need. Maybe He will reach down and bless me.
Definitely. So, if things what you heard today is positive, now if there's,
I agree. This is the happiest Seth appears during this interview, almost like TBI lifted a weight. I don't know if it was just simply the fact that he had seen video footage confirming that Sebastian was alive Sunday evening, or not. And so, there's some relief that maybe he heard good news.
do you think it's a possibility somebody could be holding your son against his will?
I look at it like this. I've been on the internet. I've been on the TV.
Uh-huh.
I even been on the radio. which probably most people don't even realize that. But if my son were able to hear me or see me on TV or on the internet, he would know to give me a call.
Okay.
So
So you think he don't have access to that right now?
I don't think he does. Because I
Have
really
you
think
have you ever have you ever known him to watch the news?
no.
Okay, never known him to watch the news. So if he was on the news, he probably wouldn't even know he was on the news then.
Correct. I mean, I haven't had cable in probably.
Sorry, just to address by proof of life, I'm talking about before Sebastian went missing, not after. Dad had been asking for a video confirming that Sebastian was for sure alive on Sunday because he hadn't spoke with him since Thursday. And so he wanted proof of life to prove that, Sebastian was in fact present Sunday, and he got that information. Now, they did not say anything about Monday, Tuesday, any of the days after that, but he did get that information.
Nine or 10 years.
Seth, let me ask you this. Now, I know that tonight in the news interview, you said, he's probably somewhere playing video games. Do you know if he played these video games online with other people?
Nah,
He didn't, or now you don't know?
I don't know because it's like at my house, a lot of the games that he was playing were on my account,
Uh-huh.
and a lot of them were solo games like Spider-Man and Batman Arkham Knights.
Okay. Yeah, because I play a lot of gaming myself. Certain games. A lot of, games where you're in lobbies with other people. I play a lot of online gaming.
I do that. I do mobile on my phone.
Okay. So I mean,
again, he would be sitting there playing video games. When he played on his Switch, he didn't play online with people. He played single player games.
okay. So I'm just wondering how somebody maybe have access, to get to your son. If I heard you say today that the TBI don't think you're a suspect, they don't think Chris is a suspect, they don't think Katie's a suspect. So there has to be some. If they're not, like the internet is saying, if Katie and Chris don't got nothing to do with this, then there's another answer to what's going on. Or
there'd be another answer.
Now, do you think would your son know the area? Would he be easily lost? Does he get confused?
If you stay all the time in your house and you're only going from your house to the bus stop, and then you know how to get to where you're going to school, and the rest of the time you're in a vehicle, would you really know how to get anywhere by foot?
Yeah, I guess if your bubble's small, you're right. You really wouldn't know the area. So if you got outside that bubble, you could get lost.
You get stuck in the woods and you're used to blacktop, you can get lost.
I think a lot of the stuff is, when I hear you say today that they don't think they're a suspect, some of the behavior is strange.
Yeah, I agree. We need them on social media for certain points. Like, we have to get the story out there, the correct information out there, the facts out there, things like that. Social media will always spread faster than the actual news. Most people do not watch mainstream media now. And I'm not saying necessarily YouTube, it could be TikTok, it could be Facebook, it could be Twitter. But most people don't watch the regular mainstream media news. So you keep telling people who clearly don't game, you cannot possibly get to get online, even multiplayer games, if you don't have an online subscription, which Sebastian wasn't allowed with Katie and Chris. So you're talking about like Xbox, PlayStation, even the Nintendo Switch has the Nintendo Online, but you can go onto Minecraft has their own servers. They have their own servers that you can get through. Yeah, the news also cuts most of the interviews down to snippets. And so, for example, somebody made a video yesterday because the way that the news cut Katie's or Katie and Chris's first like longer interview, the 20-minute one, they clipped it into like a minute segment or whatever and put it on the news. But the way that they did it was in a way that it looked like Katie was saying that the morning that she woke them up, or the she woke him up, he was happy and laughing. And it was like red flags because wait a second, I thought that he wasn't there whenever you went to woke him up. But it was just the way that the news like clipped it. It made it look extremely ridiculous. And so I did tag that person and let them know, like, hey, here's the full interview on my channel. Like, go watch it. Like, that's not what happened. The news just butchered that clip. So yeah, you don't have PlayStation Plus. You don't have, yeah. So you can't get online there. You do. You have to put it on the internet and set it up. As far as like being access to the internet.
Strange, like the whole going out of town thing. I think that
Yeah,
was a
woke him
little
up and he was
strange.
gone.
You know, because I'd be like you. I'd be out here searching every day. I have one child. I have a daughter. She's 24 years old, and even right now, I'd be.
The news just in general does people dirty. They really do with a lot of the clips, or the parents think that they're giving vital information that needs to be out there to the public, and then the news doesn't play any of it. You know, and it happens all the time that way. It's very frustrating to a lot of families with missing children. That's why you see people like um Aiden Clune's mom, Amy, you know, she has her own TikTok page now to try to share information about Aiden Clune. Oakley Carlson, they have Light the Way so that they can share information about Oakley and other missing cases. But these parents, these families of these of these um of these missing children or children who have gone through this. Even Candace Cooley is doing podcasts now with Missing in America. Um, Daniel Robinson's dad, he is on YouTube. He has his own YouTube channel where he shares information about Daniel day after day after day. Why? Because the news does not put everything out that they need to, or they cut it, they twist it, whatever, so that you're not getting the full scope of what the parents went out there. Um, you know, Nancy Grace podcast, these YouTubers who do these interviews, you know, it is important for these families. But the issue is it can go either way. You know, it can go either way. And you have to be clear to the parents what they are walking into if you're going to do stuff like this. Because you are stepping square in the middle of a hornet's nest. And if you make one wrong one wrong move while you're on these channels, you know, if you say one wrong thing, if you pause at the wrong moment, if you blink too fast, if you make a weird motion, if you whatever, if you take one wrong move in the middle of this hornet's nest, you will be attacked and you will be stung by thousands and thousands of social media sleuths who will dig into you and will try to destroy you. Right? And so that's the parents need to know that before you bring them onto a platform. In my opinion, they need to know what can happen. And I know that whenever I was doing interviews with people towards the end, like in the beginning, I would always just bring them on and just interview them because I didn't realize how horrendous things can get on YouTube and how quickly things can change. But then what I started doing was I would go through and I would interview them before I brought them live. I would still do the live interview, but I would interview them beforehand and ask them all of the necessary questions that I thought that I was going to ask them while I was live. And then throw a couple curveball questions in there that I thought that the chat would probably ask based on the answers that they gave me. And then I would say to them, is there any area that you're uncomfortable with being on social media that I should stay away from? For example, you know, is there Is there something that your child may have been into or something that was happening that, you don't necessarily want out there? And I would find that information out before I would even bring them live. And then if those questions were asked during the live chat, I just would ignore it or pretend that I didn't see it or whatever and just keep going, not address the issue and keep them safe in that aspect. Um, you have to be extremely careful, extremely careful. Even now, I still talk to some families will reach out to me behind the scenes whenever I'm covering their missing loved one. And I typically advise against them coming to social media, but then their cases never blow up. They never get that attention that they're hoping for from this platform. And so is it beneficial to them? I don't know. But I just know that I don't like being the person to push somebody off the edge into this cesspool of of things that occur. And so I will bring somebody on. I will be more than happy to do an interview with somebody if they ever have a missing child again, or on one of the cases that I'm covering or things like that. But again, I just always warn them. Always warn them. Yeah, and people don't seem to know about the unseen things that can happen, getting stuck, falling in a hole, something like that. One old cold case child disappeared. Oh wow, they stuck it. Yeah, Harley Lily. Look what happened to the brother and sister on the beach. Sinkhole opened up, right? Yeah, always, always, Kim. You have to tell them what they're walking into. Seth, at this point, he knows. He's aware. He's watching what happened with Chris and Katie, right? But I don't know if Chris and Katie were warned about how things can turn. I know, BC, you love it. You love it so much. And I used to do them all the time. I just haven't in a long time.
I'd be out searching,
Well,
I think
not
their
everybody
behavior,
is.
and look, it might just be the way they act and just who they are, makes them seem a little suspect. I ain't saying they did it. I'm just saying it makes them seem a little suspect.
Makes them don't seem right.
And so I know there's some other locals that are going to be out there searching. There's a few search parties, I think, that are gathered tomorrow other than the UNC. There's another group of people that are going to be out there searching for your son. And I hope that, more people start to put these search parties together and get out there and find this boy. If he's out there lost, he at this point he has to have some type of assistance, right? Because where would he get food at? Or where would he would need water, he would need food. He would need some type of assistance.
He would. And then again, have you ever been homeless, man?
No, I've never been homeless.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, you think he may be going eating out of dumpsters, begging for,
I don't think you would be that way. I've been homeless before. Homeless people take care of homeless people, and homeless people have that little piece in their heart that where they take care of the kids. They always take care of the kids.
So you think he could possibly be in a homeless,
homeless camps and everything else, man.
Now I've been out there in the woods in Tennessee, and I've done ran into a couple different homeless encampments out there that looked like people were living in and staying in.
Stark Jerk, would I interview the parents in this case? Like Chris and Katie? Oh, I don't. I don't know. I think it would just add to the chaos more at this point. I don't advise Chris and Katie do any more interviews. And if they do, it needs to be a united front. Maybe leave Chris completely off and it be Katie and Seth come on and do an interview. That would be different. I would probably do an interview if it was Katie and Seth together. But again, I would pre-interview them before I even brought them on. Before that way we knew where it was going, what type of questions we were going to ask and things like that. But I don't think I would bring Chris onto this channel. It's just going to add to the chaos, unnecessary chaos at this point. Them two need to stay on the news where it's edited and clipped. Seriously.
In them woods. So I know people definitely living in the woods.
And I mean, I've been out there. I've looked for them. I take a picture of my son. You know, when my parents came here the first week, that's the first thing they did. They hit the homeless encampments there in Hendersonville with pictures of my son.
Uh-huh. And anything come of that? The homeless, I'm sure them homeless people ain't gonna tell you much anyway.
Cray, I wouldn't even boot you because I can't. I don't know if I could stay respectful to Mr. Chris. I would probably ask him too many questions like, why would you lie about everything? You know? Yeah, Nancy Grace interview was heavily regulated either by her team or a lawyer, and that's fine. But there's just so many things. I do have a lot of questions for Chris Proudfoot, Mr. Chris. If you're listening, I have a ton of questions for you. But mostly it's about his actions and stuff like that. It's not to do with Sebastian. I don't think that he was anywhere near Sebastian whenever all this took place. I do think that he likely was at work in his camp trailer and things like that. Not at work. I shouldn't say that because we know he didn't work that weekend. But yeah. Chris thinks he's going to sue these YouTubers. He may. I mean, but he's already threatened to sue half the nation at this point. Oh, you don't think that you can be sure that the lies are coming from Chris? You think that it's coming from Katie? Yeah, just because you don't like him. Yes, this is the biological dad. Why would you ask Mr. Chris why he lies? He's just going to lie to me about it. That is true. He's accurate about the homeless. In my opinion, I'm in a chair and they treat me with respect, unlike the house adults I pass. Yeah. That's sad. That's sad. Some YouTubers went a bit far, going to their home, etc., but they have brought on they brought the speculation onto themselves with their attitudes, their inconsistencies, just the random things. Like, I mean, even with Nancy Grace, he's like, we can't answer the description of her vehicle. And Nancy's like, why? Why? You can't prove if Seth has told nothing but the truth either. We can't. You're right, Victoria, but his statements have not been inconsistent. And his statements have not been, there's no proof that any of them are telling the truth, but he hasn't acted weird, right? I go back to the situation where getting pulled over, are you going to act like you have a body in your trunk or not? Like, are you going to be weird just to be weird? Uncomfortable? You think Chris talks more and doesn't give Katie the opportunity so that it gives her less of a chance of possibly, well, maybe. I mean, like I said, I can be completely wrong about every thought that I have on this case. I have been wrong before on cases. It doesn't happen often. Normally my gut feeling is typically pretty dead on. And I could be completely wrong about everything that I'm thinking and feeling on this one. But I still think that Sebastian ran away. I still think that he has the ability to come home alive. And that hopefully sooner rather than later, they will bring him home alive. God, I hope this does not go on for too much longer. The longer it goes on, the worse it's going to get. Don't get me wrong. It's nice having everybody here. I enjoy having my channel grow and things like that, but not off the back of this missing child. It needs to end. I'm ready for the next case. It's time to move on. But we can't move on until he's home safe. Till he comes back. You know, some relationships are one person. Yeah. I try exotic.
Well, if a child's saying that he's running in fear or something, homeless people protect them.
Okay. What do you make of the footprints at the retention pond? Do you think there is something to him, or you think that's just a busy area, or what do
Oh, I agree, Ava. I do think that they're not telling us the truth about that evening. I've said that since the day I looked at this case. Their very first interview just came off bad. Right? Their very first interview came across very uncomfortable. And it immediately said they're lying about their family. Immediately, I said, they're trying to portray themselves as if they are more Leave It to Beaverish than what they are. They are not this big, happy family. Right off the bat, I said that. They have red flags all over them. Please do not think that I'm saying that they don't have red flags. I'm saying that I don't think that their red flags are about Sebastian disappearing.
What do you think?
Honestly, I don't know.
You don't know?
I only knew about those literally just because I listened to that call.
Oh, to the dispatch call.
Yep.
Yeah, I was listening to that, and it sounds like he was running, but I heard you say he could swim.
Yep.
And that I went to that retention pond, and it ain't very deep. It ain't like he could drown in that. But I wonder why there's no trail from there. That's it just ends there. And here, you live down there. Does the trash run that early in the morning for them lights to be a trash truck?
Trash ran at 5 o'clock in the morning. The reason it at 311 is because the guy's DVR recorder is stuck at 311.
Oh, okay. So
I
he
watched
actually.
that whole thing, and they showed me 10 minutes of it, dude. And the timer still was at 311 when it started, and 311 when it finished.
Okay, so the video was actually at another time, and it wasn't 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay, I understand now. Okay, so he did tip the truck earlier that morning.
Yeah. It's just the fact that their timer on the DVR was broke.
Have you been in communication?
Which part is a what? Which part is a what?
You live down there. Does the trash run that early in the morning for them lights to be a trash truck?
Trash ran at 5 o'clock in the morning. The reason it at 311 is because the guy's DVR recorder is stuck at 311.
Yeah, so the trash service there says that they don't run until 6. So I don't know. Could their website be wrong? Probably. Where's the proof it's true? Did she do it in the live interview? No. Did she talk to Seth on a live interview? No. What are we talking about? Proof of which part, Victoria? Yeah, well, crap. I'm right. I don't know. That's what it is.
Oh, okay. So
I
he
watched
actually.
that whole thing, and they showed me 10 minutes of it, dude. And the timer still was at 311 when it started, and 311 when it finished.
Okay, so the video was actually at another time, and it wasn't 3 o'clock in the morning. Okay, I understand now. Okay, so he did tip the truck earlier that.
Thank you, Music City Mom. From a local. Ours says that too, but they have gone at 5 a.m. and as late as evening. Does that look like a trash truck to anyone? Well, we were talking about this earlier, and somebody said maybe some of the people wear like lights on their head while they're picking up trash in the morning. I don't know what you're talking about, Victoria. That CLIE. Who is that? No, Music City Mom says that it happens there sometimes.
Yeah. It's just the fact that their timer on the DVR was broke.
Have you been in communication with Chris and Katie?
They called me today.
Are y'all kind of patching up the relationship? I know they were a little mad at you about the GoFund stuff, and I've heard that everything. So, are y'all working that out? They got to understand that you're out there searching for the boy, and that you're going to need help. They got to understand that.
His long pause. Long pause after that. You guys patching stuff up? Long pause. Right. I know, Ringo. That's my issue. It's floodlights blowing in the ring. Mr. Chris already cleared this up for us.
To be mad at you or anything like that. They need Chris should be out there beside you helping you, is what I believe. They shouldn't be mad at you. That's a hard one. That's a family thing. I don't know. And if it's true that they're not suspects and they don't got nothing to do with this, I hope your family can work this out and that Sebastian's found safely. And maybe it is just a upset with the stepdad and he's took off, and he's okay. It would make more sense than them hurting him for no reason.
Things just don't make sense with this.
He shook his head. No, that's not it. That's not it. Yeah, it's also been flashlights. It's been 3 things now, but flashlights came from Nick Barres with the news, probably based off of whatever the neighbors or whoever gave him the footage said. Right. Yes, they're mad at him for the GoFundMe he needs because he's been out searching every day while they've literally done nothing but flex in their home. Now they're in their camper trailer now.
Now, I don't know the reason that the CPS was called at the house. I just didn't know that. I heard you say that you found out later that they didn't tell you anything, that there was any reason
that podcast aired, man.
That the CPS had came to the house ever, I guess, him going to school saying that his stepdad hit him with a belt.
I guess. Because, I mean, I didn't know about it until he said it in the podcast.
Let me ask you this, and this is an important question for a dad. Have y'all ever discussed the discipline of your child? Have you ever discussed it with Chris? Because I can tell you, look, my baby mama, I told her boyfriend, I said, you ever put your hands on my kid, I'm going to prison. I'm going to come out there and I'm going to do some bad shit to you. You know what I mean? That's what I told him. That's exactly what I told him. But luckily, he was a good dude. He never put his hands on my daughter or anything. But I let him know right off the rip, don't discipline my child. If you need my child disciplined, you call me. I will discipline my child. Had y'all ever discussed anything like that?
Supposed to be no corporal discipline.
So he wasn't posted.
Supposed to be no corporal discipline. No corporal discipline.
Touch your son whatsoever. Yeah, see, that's how I am. I mean, it's just one of those man laws. I try to, because most of my viewers are women. They don't quite get man law, so I try to explain them. I was like, you just don't put your hands on another person's kid, especially when you're in the picture.
Ringo, the only guy in this audience right now. You got that man law thing going on in your situations. Is that kind of like general rule of thumb? Man law. You don't physically touch somebody else's child. Especially with an active dad in the picture. I'm just curious, what would Ringo do if he found out that somebody spanked his son that was not him? With a belt, not spanked. That's not spanking. If somebody hit your kid with a belt, Ringo.
And you're an active father. And I don't know if it's the case he ran off, he's gonna turn up. You know, if he's I've listened to you say, because when you hear Chris and them talk about him and the mom talking about him, like, you know, he uses the bathroom on himself. He's they make him sound like he's not as functional as you make him sound. You make him sound like he's normal kid, everything's okay, and they make it sound like a little bit different story.
There is, not to play word salad, there are 3 parts to every story. There is my part, their part, and the
And
truth.
then the truth, yeah.
All right. Now,
Yeah, but I hope you're telling the truth. You know what I'm saying? Somebody got to be telling the truth. So I hope the truth is with you.
first of all, I don't got shit to fucking hide.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna, but at the same point in time, I don't talk a lot of shit. I don't like I'm not the monkey at the zoo. I'm not throwing shit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. He's trying not to throw crap at them, even though they deserve it at this point. But he's trying not to add to it.
Right. I will not defend people that dig their own fucking grave. You know, when you guys are talking about their behavior makes them look suspect, that's probably because they want you to. That's their behavior.
Yeah.
I ain't their parents.
Yeah.
I raised my son.
Yeah.
That's why this doesn't make sense to me. Was there supposed to be child support? No. Were we going back to court? No. Our decree says that we can change it the way we want to if we both agree to it.
So they wouldn't have had there was no real reason for them to, because some people be like, well, she was scared she was going to have to pay child support, but y'all had an agreement with y'all child that y'all would take care of whatever between that needed to be taken care of. So there was never no child support. Me and my baby's mother, we made the same agreement you made. We made the exact same agreement. If my daughter needs something, I will take care of it. Right?
Yeah, right. You know how many times Katie's called me up, hey, he needs a new pair of glasses. Okay, well, tell me how much it is. I'll transfer the money.
Exactly. That's exactly what I do with my babies. When she never took me to court for child support, we were co-parented separately and everything worked out perfectly fine. There was no, you know, like if she would have took my daughter, like she had custody. Like if I would have took her, I wouldn't have took her to court for child support either. So there's really no, you know, no reason for her to hurt her child. A lot of people, I do believe, think Katie may have hurt your child. And to do that, there would have to be some reasoning for it, and I just haven't seen any of that.
So I don't understand why.
Yeah,
Even I was getting what I wanted since the divorce. Anyways, I was okay with, you know, joint legal, joint physical, but I was getting what I wanted.
Yeah, and now he was getting to get ready to come stay with you for the summer, right?
I already have him enrolled in school here.
From your address?
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
He was going to come live the summer with me, but he was going to start going to school up here at the end of summer.
Oh, well, okay. So he was going to start living with you full time. Now that's what I've heard. That's what was rumored to me in the beginning, that he was coming there and then that he was going to be living with you.
Yes. I was going to take him for the summer.
Now, how long had that been planned? Like, how long, when y'all discussed that with Kate, like, how long you go, okay, I'm going to take him this summer, then he's going to live with me and go to school. Had y'all planned that? Have y'all discussed that? Huh?
Since last year.
So this ain't something that just popped up, so this has been planned that he was going to come stay with you. Okay. That makes a little more sense. So there's no reason in there for her to be like, oh, he's going to take the kid. I've heard a lot, you know, I'm sure this you watching this. And
I've read a lot, and you know, some of them I find them hilarious, like the gentleman that called in, you know,
with the snake.
The snake ate the boy.
The snake ate the boy.
Snake ate the boy. I didn't hear that, but geez, like, come on, guys. You believe she was hurting him verbally, mentally, maybe physically, but that's your opinion, right? YouTube terms of service prohibits me from being able to say in chat what I would do to another man that hit my son. Yeah, I feel that. Autistic kids can be very difficult to handle, especially for parents who don't have patience and want to force them into strict roles. Can't shove a square peg into a sound hole. I'm gonna guess that's round hole and all that. Hmm.
Dingo's got my baby. Look, I know it's hard as a parent to definitely hear the crazy stuff of the internet, right? Just theories and speculation. I do it. I say things. I was like, I think this happened. I think this happens. I think it's human nature to be curious. Curiosity killed the cat. And there's a lot of curious. But some of the stories for me, like some of the theories are so far out there, even for me, that I'm like, okay. Okay, that's a little.
It's bad if the theory's too out there for Dolly. That's bad. If you're saying stuff that is too out there for Dolly, you've gone too far. Come back. Come back to the light, man.
Much. That's a little much.
I'll just say that I'm missing aluminum foil and tinfoil at my house because somebody's wearing it as a hat somewhere.
Well, listen, I've seen parents of missing kids wearing aluminum tinfoil hats. And matter of fact, parents of missing kids in Tennessee wearing aluminum tinfoil hats on live streams. Okay. I'll send you a picture if you don't believe me.
Oh, I believe.
Oh, he's talking about Candace and them. Candace and Dawn. Lots of kids have routines that they like to follow. Yeah. When someone says, treat my kids like they were their own, do they really mean it? Meh. No. I mean, they want you to love them like they were your own. They don't want you to beat them like they were your own or discipline them.
Yes. I've seen a lot.
I spent 9 years in California, and then I moved back here to the United States. And I'll tell you right now that I've seen them both.
Now, I've heard you say you're innocent to proven guilty. You work in corrections, right? And I've heard you say you're not there to judge people, right? And I've noticed a lot of this is you don't do that. You don't get on the news and you don't talk bad about people. You try to stay neutral, you know. It ain't no reason really to ruffle a bunch of feathers, like talking shit about people that you're going to have to deal with for the rest of your life anyway. That's the mother of your baby. Her old man's a little I think he's like he overtalks her a lot. I think he seems controlling.
I've heard that.
I don't know the guy, but he looks a little angry. He seems controlling, and when they ask her questions, he answers the questions. Like he don't give her a chance to speak, and that's what I think of making people go, "So this dude ain't." And he's been married 5 times. Okay, I mean, how many times?
Amen for that, Mama Bear. Yeah, you don't beat your own children, so there's that. Hi, Emily. Some do you love all my kids the same, only one from the wound. That's awesome. You don't beat any of them though, right? I think it's like, hey, treat these kids like you would treat your own. Unless you're a piece of crap and would treat your own badly, then don't treat mine like that. I guess that's how it's really meant to be, right? Because if you treat your own kid like crap, yeah, maybe don't come near mine. Yeah, this video is pinned. This is Dolly Vision. It's pinned to the top of the chat. How you hold a cigarette says a lot? I don't think so. Why you say that? I need a reasoning behind that statement. Yeah, I don't know why you'd ever want your kids to be afraid of you. Never understood that. Lots of people have been married. Wait, stop making a big deal out of how many times he's been married. Did I say something about how many times he's been married? Oh, are you talking about Dolly Vision? Lots of people have been married, some 6 or 7 times? Holy crap, Victoria, who do you know? Oh, you're observing and joking mostly. I don't know anybody who's been married 6 or 7 times. I know a couple people who have been married 3 times, but never 6 or 7. This is the first one. I mean, I don't Seal, how many are we at? Are you at like 17, 18? No, I'm just kidding. I do think that plays a part in it. Not a part in Sebastian's disappearance, but it tells you a little bit about Mr. Chris's personality. I mean, if you can't get along with another person that was once the love of your life, only so many times am I going to believe that it was the other person's fault. I guess I'm going to say. I mean, only so many times am I going to think that, like, okay, I could understand, like, okay, you married the wrong one once, twice, you know what I mean? You start getting up there, it's going to be a little bit of a side eye. Friend of yours just married her 6th marriage, and let's not forget all those movie stars is different. They do it for publicity. A vast majority of movie stars do it for publicity. As far as the friend of yours, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to question, what is she doing in her relationships that she was married 6 times? She picked the wrong guy 6 times? That's a lot. That is a lot. You have to wonder what type of personality that she's got. Because only so many times am I going to believe somebody who's like, I wasn't the crazy one. It was all them. Abusive men 6 times? That's very sad. She needs to seek she needs to seek counseling to see what's going on, that she's picking these guys who are abusive like that and then marrying them. That's a lot. Like, seriously needing some counseling. You're following a case of a woman extradited from Italy for murder of her husband. They can't tell the jury she had 6 husbands die? That's sad. Yeah, I'm sorry, but that many marriages failed. There's something going on in your personality, in my opinion. That's a personality flaw or some serious I could see 1 marriage, 2 marriages because you met the wrong person, you got married too young, you did whatever, that person turned out to be somebody who they weren't, blah blah blah. But you would think you'd learn after that point. She says 3rd one's the charm, right? Yeah, there's nothing wrong. I would say even up to 3, I could kind of understand it, but you get up into the 5, 6s, like, come on, that's a lot. That's a lot. And you see Mr. Chris and how he acts.
I've been married once.
Once.
I learned.
So I think maybe if it didn't work out in 5 times, it might not be you might not be the best dude if you know.
No, 5 times, maybe, I would say if I was looking out from the outside, I would tell the person, if you've been married so many times and it's not working, it can't be the person that you're with, it's the person in the mirror.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes it's hardest to see your flaws. Like me, I'm sure I got plenty of flaws, but it's hard for me to see my own flaws, but other people can see them,
I know my flaws.
Yeah, I know some of mine. I know some of mine. I don't want to bring them up right now.
My hardest critic. So it's like, I know my flaws. I don't know all of them, but I know the majority of them.
Is the common problem. Yeah, unless they're all serial marrieds. Hi, Connie. Good to see you. It has been a long time. Have a good day, Exotic. Yes, Anna, we're still here. This is the last interview for today, though.
So when they tried to call you today, did you speak with them?
I did.
Okay. Now let me ask you this. When you went and met with the TBI today, was Katie and Chris with you? Can you answer that?
Katie was there.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I ain't gonna make you get you into something, that you ain't supposed to speak on.
If I answer something that I'm not supposed to answer, I'll know.
Okay. All right. So you
I'll
said,
know because I'll be in trouble later.
yeah. So you say today was hopeful, which is a good thing. Okay. I won't go into what they did. Let me ask you this: they show you a video?
Yeah.
Okay. Did that video contain your son?
Yes.
Okay. Was that video from somewhere outside that house?
Yes.
That means your son's out there.
They showed me a video that I have been asking for from the very beginning. I wanted to see a video of my son after I spoke to him Thursday and before he disappeared on Monday.
Okay, so this video of your son is from after the time he went missing?
No, it was before.
It was before. Was it the video from the restaurant?
It-
I knew it was that video from the restaurant. I went to that restaurant the other night, so I had chicken. Well, and I also spoke to the people there.
Had chicken?
Huh?
You went to a steakhouse and had chicken.
I had chicken. Yeah, I had chicken and a loaded baked potato and broccoli. I always go to the steakhouse and get chicken. I don't know why. I do it at Outback too.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, you can't go to Chick-fil-A and get a hamburger.
Yeah, I know. So I went to the restaurant. I spoke to the waitresses and stuff at the restaurant because that's what I do. I sleuth around and try to look for answers or clues or different things.
I've been warning you he was going to tell us about the footage during this interview the whole time. It's before he went missing Monday. I know everybody is like got excited, right? Like, yes, let's go. They seen a video of him, but no, unfortunately. Yeah, Texas Roadhouse chicken is good, actually. It's really good. Mama K, you've been married 3 times, current marriage 20 years. First one very physically abusive, wasn't but with him by chance. It's a long story. Second one was a 15 mistake of or a stupid mistake of 15 years. Yeah, I can understand up to 3 probably. I think whenever you start getting 5, 6, like stop actually committing to marriage at that point. What's the point? Katie said it was just her and Sebastian. Y'all think someone else was there. Katie didn't say it was just her and Sebastian. I'm pretty sure she said that it was like the aunts and the niece or something. I gotta pull it up. I have the screenshot of what Katie said. Tax write-offs. Yeah, cinnamon butter, it's life. You eat a whole basket by yourself. Sleuth said that it's rumored that he has his own private investigator now. Seth does. It's interesting. He's laughing at him, not with him, but who can blame him? That's funny. How do you get the timeline off of the last day that you seen your kid, though? I'm sorry, I would replay all those details over and over and over again. JLR has confirmed with the waitress, take this as you will, that it was just Katie and Sebastian. But I believe that Katie had said that there was multiple people there, and so that was a point of contention as well in the beginning. You're zipping your mouth shut. Yeah. Just keep it zipped. You'll be good. We only got 7. Wait, no. I don't know. 9 minutes left. You can do this.
So the video from the rest. So there's nothing from the point that you haven't seen anything from the point he's went missing, just prior to it. So they showed you a little prior. Did everything seem happy in the video? Everything seemed good. Okay. All right. Well, that's good. But let me think. I want to dig into a hole here.
It's because you're not asking the right question.
Yeah.
You're not asking the right question. And I agree. He's missing something here. Like, he's not asking who was in the video. He's not asking what Sebastian was wearing. He's not asking, what time of day it was. He's not asking any of those things. Like, Dolly, come on, you're dropping the ball here. Yeah, he totally knows something new. This is a whole new Seth. He seems so relieved. I know, Ringo. Crying face. Crying face. Dang it, Dolly, you dropped it. Nobody, don't be letting Dolly interview people no more, you guys. Seth, please go back on with Josh in the lab. We would love to hear about this video footage a little bit better.
Okay. What do the police believe happened? What are they telling you? Did they have hit you with anything? Do they just keeping, you can't answer that one, huh?
Didn't tell me nothing.
They didn't tell you nothing.
They're not going to tell me anything on the investigation.
Well, why show you the video?
Because I'd asked.
You would ask for the video. So, but
I asked. I said, I need to see proof of life before he went.
Okay, because you wanted to know he was alive before he went missing.
I wanted to make sure he was okay beforehand.
Okay.
And they showed it to me. I'd asked for it.
And he was okay, and everything was good with him. Normal.
Yeah.
And you said he
Still
wouldn't.
not asking the right question.
Okay, well, tell me what the right question is there, Seth. What do you got? What do you know, Seth, that we don't know? Can you tell us what you know?
I'll tell you, I had 2 more meetings today afterwards.
You got, okay, say that one more time.
I had 2 more meetings afterwards.
After you seen the video.
I had 2 more meetings afterwards. I had meetings planned all day today.
With TBI, law enforcement. Okay, you met with somebody else?
Yeah.
Is
You
it
want to know
the
why I'm
FBI?
happy? Huh?
Is it the FBI?
Nope.
Okay. Well, yeah, why you happy?
More information that I didn't have before.
Oh, all right, let's get it. Let's get it, Seth.
Just more information.
Okay.
Now, see, I already told them I'm running my own investigation as well.
Uh-huh.
I still want to intrude upon their own.
Okay.
I'm looking as well.
Do you think that is it the FBI in the video?
I had 2 more meetings afterwards. I had
need to
meetings planned all
listen
day
to
today.
this.
With
Yes.
TBI, law enforcement?
It's probably the private investigator.
Okay, you met with somebody else?
Yeah.
Is
You
it
want to
the
know why I'm
FBI?
happy? Huh?
Is it the
Want to know
FBI?
why I'm happy? Shut up, Dolly, and let him talk.
Nope.
Okay. Well, yeah, why you
Just
happy?
More
more
good news for
information
me.
that I didn't have before.
Oh, all right, let's get it. Let's get it, Seth.
Just more information.
Okay.
Now, see, I already told them I'm running my own investigation as well.
Uh-huh.
I still want to intrude upon their own.
I know, like imagining slapping Dolly. Like, Dolly, you make too many noises while he's talking. It's already like a bad connection or something. I don't know if he's just holding his finger over the phone or whatever. Yeah, he should let Seth talk. Shh, shh, I can't hear him. Yeah, only one thing should make him happy. There's more information that he didn't know beforehand. Hi, Gracie. There's something going on. And I hope to God it's like, private investigators that are following a tip or something that tell them that Sebastian is out there, like I've been saying, he's out there somewhere alive and has the ability to come home safe. I hope to God that's what's going on here. Yeah, it really does. Yeah, it's much more hopeful in this information or in this interview. He cuts him off while he's answering. Right? Was no one in his chat helping him think of questions? This is a re-upload. I'm sure I don't think Dolly can read and talk at the same time, to be completely honest. But this is the most happy he seems during any of these interviews. Private investigators, which makes me believe he now knows, or at least has a bit of evidence to say Sebastian is alive. Could that be why the Cajun Navy is okay walking away? Did Seth tell them, I don't think he's in the wilderness anymore, so no point in searching? Could that be part of it? Have a nice snappy nap. Prayers for a safe return of Sebastian Rogers. Maybe, I don't know. No, it's something that would have came from private investigators. Mama Bear. I don't want to insult him. We're playing his video. I appreciate that he had Seth on at all. Because Seth was not on the lab last night. The lab was not live last night. So, I'm glad that this happened. However, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. We have not seen evidence presented to either confirm nor deny that question, Mama Bear. Yeah, maybe a private investigator found something. Because if he's running it could be something TBI already has. Let's keep that in mind. A private investigator could already have information that TBI already has, such as a video from a neighbor or something along those lines. And so the private investigator would get access to that information the same way that TBI did, and then share that information with Seth, which we know that in Tennessee they don't do. They don't tell people. You think he has a spring in his step, but he has to keep a mom on one. Oh yeah, they don't want to. If Sebastian is out there with someone somewhere, they're not going to want to tip that person off that they're coming for him. So,
Okay.
I don't think you hire.
No,
I don't think you hire a private investigator if you're part of taking the child. That just seems ludicrous to me, Victoria. It honestly does. Like, I just don't see that. Yeah, that's the other thing. Private investigators can often obtain information that law enforcement can't because people won't talk to law enforcement, and they also don't have to wait for warrants. They don't have to wait for warrants. I know. I really hope Seth gets his Easter miracle too. It doesn't. He was already going to live with him. That's really ridiculous. Now you just sound ridiculous, Victoria. I know you're not trying to take sides, but now you just sound ridiculous.
as well.
Do you think that, okay, this is a question from Huntress. Does he think that they will wrap up soon and his baby will be found?
I don't think this man is going to put his body through the physical things that he has put his body through. Just my opinion. As a fellow heavyweight person, you do not just one day decide that every day for a month you're going to go walk miles and miles and miles and put your body through like a living nightmare for no reason. If he knew where Sebastian was, he would not be doing that.
She asked that question from the chat.
Always. That's beyond a doubt. That's an everyday when I wake up.
Okay.
All right. That's being hopeful and knowing that the answer's out there and I'm gonna find it.
Now, are the police being like reassuring that they're gonna figure this out to you?
Yep.
Huh?
Yep.
Okay. Have you spoke with the FBI?
Yep.
Okay. Now, one of my things is this. Them houses out there in that neighborhood are really, really nice houses. Most of them have security systems, cameras. Why is he not on any of those cameras?
Don't know.
Don't know.
I don't know. Like, but then again, if I lived in a house that cost $688,000, I damn well have a fucking security system on it too.
Yeah, and I mean most of them houses out there or up there in that range, they start at 500,000. They're living a lot better than me. I noticed there was a lot of cameras out there.
Law enforcement, they making a lot more than I am.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I said the same thing when I said it. I was like, they're making a lot more than I am.
Keep going the way they're going, I might turn around and have to go start flipping burgers for $22 an hour.
So how is everything with your work? Did they understand what's going on?
I asked for a leave of absence. When I ask for a leave of absence, they know that I'm looking for my son.
Okay, so they're not giving you a hard time at work. So when you decide to go back to work, everything's gonna be good with you.
I'm hoping. I haven't heard from them.
I think we've all thought that security system thing is weird to begin with, and the fact that they do have a camera on the side of their house that allegedly wasn't turned on at that time period and stuff like that. Um, it just sucks, you know? Especially if your mom I have a playlist opinionated. I don't think this a case can be summarized in one video by literally anyone. But the playlist, I think I have everything on the playlist. I can double check that and then I'll drop the link.
Okay. Let me think of anything else. Okay, so you met with you had a couple more meetings today, other than with the TBI. You gained more information. And we learned that the trash truck, that was just a trash truck. It wasn't flashlights.
Correct.
The shoe thing. Now I've heard you say this. That
Does it make sense?
Yeah, he stepped in the ant pile, the fire ants. I'm from Georgia. I know about them fire ants. They'll light your ass up, boy. I mean, like cigarette burns. They got me good. As a kid, I fell into one riding a bike.
I never thought of it as a cigarette burn because I've never like been burnt by a cigarette, but I've been burnt by a match head before. And that's what fire ants remind me of.
Yeah, it reminds me of a cigarette burn. It'll blister up. It hurts. Matter of fact, my yard, we got some fire ants in my yard that'll get your ass. I got the biggest ants you ever seen. They did the biggest ants I've ever seen in my life. They'll be at my house. They are huge ass ants.
Are velveteen ants.
These look like monster ass ants.
Red and black and about big.
So you don't think he had never ran off before? If he was to say, "Hey, I'm upset with my stepdad. I want to get out of here," why wouldn't he take any shoes? And why, when everybody asks her that, Chris overspeaks her?
I don't know.
So certain. Like, how does he know he took the flashlight?
Don't know again.
Or are they just missing a flashlight?
An interview for who? Seth? Seth, if you're watching this, come on. Can I interview Seth? I don't like reaching out to the parents. I feel like they've already been talking to multiple people. I would gladly interview him if he wanted to come onto this channel and talk to us here on this platform. However, I'm not gonna bother this man right now. He's already communicating with enough YouTubers and enough channels that if he would be in here one day live and decide that he wanted to comment and that he wanted to come onto this channel, I would let him. But I'm not gonna go out of my way to try to contact him while he's already got enough on his plate. I'm just not. No, I don't. I do not know every pair of shoes my kids have. I was thinking about this the other day, and the only thing that makes sense is if they legitimately were just buying him new shoes, but regardless, like, my son has shoes that he wears that are different than ones that I've just bought him still. Don't roll your eyes at me, Ringo.
Huh?
I mean, are they missing the flash? I mean, I guess they're missing a flashlight. That's what makes them think he took the flashlight, because if she was in bed when he left, How does she know he had the flashlight?
I would say that she's saying that because they can't find it.
Yeah, I would think so too. And I'm sure being the mother, she, she knows what shoes he has, and all them shoes are accounted for.
Yep, shoes go off at the front door at her house just like they go off at the front door at mine.
Okay. It just seems a little odd that he would leave like that with no shoes on and have never done that before.
Yep, kind of
Does he
weird.
ever, does he ever have any episodes
What do you mean by episodes?
like
Hey, sleuths, welcome to the sleuth family. It's appropriate that you would join here. What with the name and all. Appreciate you.
maybe where he don't know what's going on, gets confused?
He hasn't had any of those type of seizures in years.
Okay. Okay. So when he was young, he would have these type of medical, but as he got older, he grew out, he outgrew them.
Yeah.
Okay. And the condition, I heard you say something that has one side, you didn't want him playing football or baseball or anywhere he could get hit because he had like some water on his brain or something, a pocket on one side of his.
He had a pocket of fluid on the right bilateral part of his brain. Yes, I believe my son is alive.
So he couldn't really take a blow to the head or nothing. If he fell.
Hey, I have a phone call coming in.
Whoever called that man to get him out of there to take him to an appropriate interview. Thank you. No, I'm just kidding. That was Dolly's interview, though. His pin at the top of the comments. Not everybody's the best at interviews. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, he believes he's alive. Saved by the phone call. I'm sure Josh will have him on tonight or tomorrow over on the lab. It seems like Josh, Trev, and Seth have been doing, really they've developed a good relationship through all of this, which is nice. Does anybody know any channels that he may have been on, or that the other people may have been on that we did not watch over the last 6 days? Just to double check to make sure that we're getting all of the interviews. Trev Time is the other individual. He's been covering this case extremely in depth. He's been going in person searching and joining Josh on panel and things like that throughout the case. So, but he has been on it since the beginning. Man, I would be, honestly, Dynamite, even if you think I probably would be. First time you're hearing he had seizures in the past, that's pretty interesting because she supposedly heard something in his room, didn't even check. Well, no, now she did check and had a whole conversation and things like that. So let me get to you guys the audio. Mm-hmm. No, I'm not going to get you the audio. Yeah, we played Smileys. Yes, Duchess has been doing a lot. She's been doing billboards. She has been doing the blip boards. She's going live tonight. Okay, so Duchess, let me get her. Which we've dropped Duchess's link before because she started out with the interviews. Okay, so there is Duchess's discussions link. She does have a live plan tonight. She's been interviewing the family since the beginning, Chris and Katie. Yeah, we're actually all caught up, I think, unless somebody knows of a random channel that they've gone on. I think that we are finally to the end of all of the interviews. What is that, like 37? Trevor is going to have an interview posted. Okay. So check out Trev Time, check out Duchess. You're watching an 11-month-old and skimming. Can't believe it's been that long since Gannon's trial. Yeah, it's a lot of interviews. It wasn't really 37. I just picked a number. Here's what I was looking for. Sorry. I was trying to find this dispatch audio. This came from True Crime with Eve. She pulled it off of Dispatch and posted it off of Broadcastify.
Do we have an estimated time of start for the search process?
Call came in at 6:33 this morning.
Great, thank you.
Heading missing juvenile, 1008 Stafford Court, 1008 Stafford Court, Hendersonville. Caller advised this morning they woke up and their 15-year-old male is not in the bed. We had a white male, 30 blonde hair, approximately 5 foot, one turn turning down. I was going to be wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants. Juvenile does have a form of autism. This is the first time it happened. I was going to be in the home before midnight. All the doors are locked at this time.
10-4 Monroe.
47. I asked the call taker to ask if the juvenile has a phone. Great. Central to 68. I am Mrs. Fire Call.
It is.
Central to 47-180, 412. Juvenile left his son at the house. The mother is driving around looking for him in the Victoria Place subdivision, and she is driving a baby blue Infiniti.
I'm in the area. Check long haul out, just same way. You can take me off the assist fire. I'll be en route to the missing juvenile. Next big track back up, going into the construction site over here, back towards the beach. I'm behind you. It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? You shouldn't have any shoes on. Negative, this is all dry, hard packed. I do have some footprints over here. Right there where you're standing? Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining pond. No shoes, just footprints. My shoes, Max went straight into the pond. Max led me straight to the retaining pond. Over behind Willow Boulevard, he dove right into the water. Yeah, do you see any footprints around it? There was a few footprints in some of the softer dirt, headed straight this way on the track that he was running. Truck 47, what kind of shoes does he wear? Size 10. 12 to any units that are going to be assisting with 1008. Please come to 1008 Stafford Court now, please. You can take me off the assist fire. I'll be en route to the missing juvenile. Next, pick track back up, going into the construction site over here, back towards beach. That's the one behind you. It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? You shouldn't have any shoes on. Negative, this is all dry, hard packed. I do have some footprints over here. Right there where you're standing? Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining pond. No shoes, just footprints. Shoes that Max went straight into the pond. Max. Shoes that Max went straight into the pond. Hard pack. I do have some footprints over here. Right there where you're standing? Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining pond. No shoes, just footprints. Shoes that Max went straight into the pond. Max led me straight to the retaining pond. Over behind Willow Boulevard, we dove right into the water. Yeah, do you see any prints around it?
So I can't tell if the guy says no shoes. That's why I keep rewinding it. I can't tell if he says no shoes or just shoes, right? Because it kind of like goes in after a second there. But he also does say Max led me right down to it. And so that tells me about that this is the hit that they're talking about near the retaining pond. We do know that this pond was drained and that Sebastian was not in it. But again, here we are in Tennessee with a missing child, mysteries behind it, all kinds of internet speculation. And now there's freaking footprints of some kind. We don't know if they're shoes, not shoes. And this dispatch audio does not give us a clear answer. Two different controversies from either side of the family about if this happened or not happened, and now this audio. It's very stressful, but I'm gonna listen to it one more time to see. I don't know if we can hear any inkling of the word no or not before he says shoes. It sounds like a shoe print, not a footprint.
Well, Muddy, do you see any footprint?
Or would you say footprint if it was just a shoe print? Or not? I don't know. No, this is not from TikTok. This is the dispatch audio from Broadcastify. This is on True Crime with Eve's page. You have to remember, people will edit stuff and mess with stuff. I trust that True Crime with Eve did not do that. But be careful with TikTok because people get shady.
Anything? You shouldn't have any shoes on. Hey, this is all dry, hard packed. I do have some footprints over here.
Footprints over here.
Right there where you're standing? Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining pond. No shoes, just footprints. Shoes that Max went straight into the pond.
Yeah, maybe it's trying to. It says faux. I don't know. Maybe it is footprints. Maybe he ran out there barefoot And yeah, you gather colors captions. Faux shoes means no shoes. The point is the audio is not there, but closed captioning must be picking something up, right? Yeah, see, winning. So he ran out there barefoot, ran towards the retaining pond. Did he meet with somebody, get into their car, and leave? No, yeah, you just pay a premium. I have Broadcastify. I could just go to the audio myself. That's something that we pay for with our Sleuth Mom monies that comes in from this channel so that we can pull this audio. I just haven't done it. Ringo won the internet today. Yay, Ringo! Let me get you a trophy. Yay, Ringo! Good job. Why did they ask for shoe size info? Yeah, maybe to know if the foot was his size. I don't know. You feel like it was a shoe print? I feel like it could still go either way. It's I don't know. It could be either way still. That's what it's starting to sound like to you. I don't know. I could care less what she was doing sexually in her whole neighborhood. I don't care if she was sleeping with every guy in the whole neighborhood. In my opinion, I don't think that's relevant. If Sebastian ran away, he ran away. You think he left on foot and the pond was the meeting place? Maybe. It could play into why he wanted to run away if it was causing strain in her and Mr. Chris's relationship. But yeah, TBI just needs to like put out factual information for us. That would be fantastic. I would greatly appreciate it. Take a note out of Texas or Idaho or whatever. You know, there's so many cases that we follow that we get updates regularly, and you know, there's no reason to keep things as secretly as they do. Sebastian would probably throw a party, not run away if he thought his mom was moving on from Mr. Chris. Right. Right. Law enforcement hasn't said a dang thing. You're just trying to be nice to him because Sleuth Mom. I'm mean to Ringo? You think I'm mean to Ringo? Nicole, you have no idea, girl. You have no clue. Ringo, what have you been here? Like 2 years? 3 years now? I've only been on the internet for 2.5 years, so I guess you haven't been here for 3 years, but Ringo gets what he gives. Trust me. Ringo gets what he gives. He deserves every second of it. So, anyways, that's it. I'm gonna shut down. Yeah, you guys don't know. Come join the Discord. You'll find out about Ringo. You'll find out who he really is. Mr. Beard. Isn't Ringo from Dylan Rounds? Ringo has been with me since Naomi Arion. Ringo has been with me since Naomi. But yes, Ringo went on multiple panels in defense of me and things like that whenever people were trying to dox me. Him and B. Tim. That's actually how B. Tim started going on Queen's channel. B. Tim started here first with me during the Ariel Sellers case, and he left me for the Hive. Yeah. Ringoing is from, yeah. Anyways, all right, let's get off here. I appreciate every single one of you guys for being here for the last 4 hours and 45 minutes. Thank you to my mod teams. Thank you so much for all of the super chats. Lioness, thank you. Click and Go Books, Salty Sea, thank you so much for being a member for 11 months. Thank you, Seal. Thank you, Sluice, for joining. And I didn't even click on all of these. And thank you so much for the Venmo that was sent. I do appreciate that also. And I love you guys. Except for Ringo. Is Ringo from Utah? Ringo is from heaven. Just temporarily allowed to grace us with his presence. Yeah, I'm the victim here. He fell from heaven. Yeah, he'll never tell. All right, I'm going. Bye.